I write positive energy all the time. You know what it is. Pan-Africanism is 100% a failed concept. It's never going nowhere, never going to go nowhere. And if you think it's going somewhere, you tripping. You living in a dream world. It ain't went nowhere from back with Delaney and them. It didn't go nowhere with Marcus Garvey. It didn't go nowhere with the Rasta movement, the Pan-African movement. It's dead in the water. It's not going nowhere. Okay? Also, Anthony, a man that's pushing unity before he pushed betterment of his own children and his own family and his own place where he live at is slow. If you a Black American, if you're a foundational Black American, your number one focus should be feeding your babies right here. You cannot be focusing on Nigeria. You cannot be focusing on Jamaica. You cannot be focused. As a matter of fact, that breaks down to city and neighborhood. You need to be focusing on your neighborhood. You need to be focusing on your city. You need to be focusing on your state. And you need to be focusing on the government that you pay your taxes to. That's it. If you in America and you focusing on Nigeria and Africa, you are goofy. You are goofy and you are fraud. And Anthony, most Pan-Africans are fraudulent. They ain't standing on no Pan-African. Anthony, you are not no Pan-African. You just saying that now because it's the conversation. As soon as you get off here, you're going to be back regular, bro. You're not standing on no Pan-Africanism like that. You ain't pushing no line for Pan-Africanism in real life, bro. You ain't pushing that on your wife. You ain't pushing that on your children. You're not pushing that. You over here fraudulent. Why I don't see no Pan-African picture on your picture then? Why you ain't I see a bike? I don't see you pushing no Pan-African, no unity. Don't stop playing with me. Pan-Africanism today is internet. It's internet. It's internet. Dr. Umar's a Pan-African, can't open one school. How can he help Africa when he took all this money from Black people and then obviously messed it up? Can't open one school. But he's the prince of Pan-Africanism. That's your prince? Somebody that take a lot of money can't open one school? Seriously. But listen, this big Pharaoh, y'all see that hat right there? You see that Africa on that hat? You see that Africa on that hat? All right, then. Hold on. You see that? You see that? You see that? So I pushed the Pan-African concept and it failed. It's a failed concept. It was an ideological concept that a lot of the brothers that came with it probably had some good intentions, but just because it has good intentions and it's an ideological, a positive concept, doesn't mean it's going to work. It's got to work. You can't just have a concept. You've got to be able to make it work. And Pan-Africanism, the unity of Black people all around the world with no TV stations, no internet, no satellites, and no means to even broadcast on your own around the world is foolishness. Foolishness. You need to be trying to get TV stations. You need to be trying to get your own media. How you Pan-African? You don't own nothing. You don't got a plane. You don't got a train. It seems to me you'll try to get bus service in your Black buses, build more Black schools. It seems to me that if I want to build a building, let's say Pan-Africanism is a building, should I dream about the building or should I start pouring cement? Should I start laying a foundation? There's no Pan-African foundation. Where is it? Where is it? And how could you push Pan-Africanism outside of Africa that ain't being pushed in Africa? How you using the word Africanism, but the Africans ain't Pan-Africans? Make that make some sense. That you in America with 50 million black people, you're trying to push a concept for 1 billion Africans that ain't pushing the concept. Meanwhile, you ain't doing everything you could do for foundational black Americans right where you live at. I'll show me a brother talking Pan-Africanism and go to his city, go in his neighborhood. Name me 5 big Pan-African stores. Name me a Pan-African grocery store. I thought so. Name me a Pan-African grocery store. Name me a Pan-African automobile that's being produced. So what, you just gonna pan your ass to Africa and don't own nothing, can't make nothing, can't do nothing? So now all of a sudden, we trying to identify ourselves and identify our lineage, right? We trying to identify our lineage. We trying to unite here in the United States. Now we got all of these FBI types. Now they want to push alternative. Pan-Africanism been dead. More science been dead. Now they trying to resurrect that to fight against foundational black Americans. None of them wasn't pushing on. That's same for you Native Americans. They've been quiet. There has been no big push to identify ourselves as Native Americans. All of a sudden, we get a movement going. And then you get all of these spies start creating alternative movements, trying to grow their movement off the back of their brothers and sisters. They don't support what you're doing, right? So imagine a brother telling you Pan-Africanism is positive, but he ain't supporting FBA and reparations. Why would I want to go to Africa with you when you don't support what I'm doing over here? Make it make some sense. Why, if you're a Pan-African and you don't recognize foundational black Americans and you're not standing with us to get our reparations, why would I want to go to Africa with you when you a hater? How you going to tell me you're going to go to Africa and stand with all them different tribes, but you don't stand with our tribe? Africa got how many tribes? 3,000. Now you want to go to Africa and stand with 3,000 tribes. Now we identifying ourselves as a tribe. You ain't with that. You're going to worship somebody all the way in Africa, but you ain't standing with your brothers that live right with you. They got to fight with you. If anybody invade this country, if anything happen in this country, I'm the one got to fight with you. Ain't no Nigerian going to be able to come over here and help you. Make it make some sense. And Pan-Africanism failed. And if you're a baby, shut up talking to me, because I've been in the movement and it failed because it was a concept that's too big for us. And the Africans didn't adapt it. And anytime you pushing something in Africa and Africa don't adapt it, it's dead in the water. Pan-Africanism is failed. It's over. It would have had to take hold in Africa. You cannot build Pan-Africanism, Africanism everywhere but in Africa, which shows you Pan-Africans are not the brightest bulbs in the lamp. Pan-Africans are slow. Got to be. Got to be something wrong with you when you push a Pan-Africanism to everybody but Africans. Make it make some sense. No, most FBAs are not, no, that's false. Most FBAs are not ex-Pan-African. That's false because FBAs is a foundational Black Americans, and most foundational Black Americans don't know they foundational Black Americans. So that's the wrong. You're pushing the wrong concept. You're saying people that realize we foundational Black Americans are FBAs. No, all of us are FBAs, bro. FBA is not a group. Okay, so get yourself together because you're pushing FBA like it's a group. FBA is not a group, it's a lineage. So you're FBA whether you know it or not. So for you to say most FBAs, get your concept together, bro. You're teaching the wrong information. Most FBAs have not identified as FBAs would be more a better conversation. Because FBA is lineage. How you going to say most lineage is? So we got people in FBA think FBA is a movement because this conversation is disrespecting the concept of FBA because he's talking about FBA as if it's a movement. And FBA is not a movement. FBA is lineage, bro. So what do you mean most FBAs? You don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. You don't make no sense, bro. If you're going to represent FBA, go learn what you represent. Because you obviously don't know what FBA is. Obviously. He's talking about most FBAs. See what I'm talking about? Crazy. It's a lineage. What do you mean most FBAs? What? But he won't say most Nigerians. He won't say most Ghanaians. Just shows you that he don't understand what a foundational Black American is. But he say he got the movement all on his back, posted and giving out the wrong information. Calling us FBAs. What? And that's false because most FBAs was too young to even be Pan-Africans. Bro, please be quiet because you don't know what you're talking about. Listen, most people now that's identified FBA ain't never been no Pan-Africans. What the hell is he talking about? You really, so Yvette Carnell was a Pan-African? What? Tone was a Pan-African? What? Just saying anything. Not even teaching the knowledge, distorting the knowledge. Listen, if you're going to carry FBA on your back, go learn I had to go learn what it was. It's a lineage. There's no FBAs as a group, bro. It's a lineage. Now, here we got somebody, FBA convo, and don't know what the hell they talking about. Change the name of your channel to FBA. Stay out the convo. You can't change. You need to get out the convo. We don't need you in the convo, bro. Okay? Get out the convo. Go study. Learn what you're talking about. And come back tomorrow. Okay? The hell? He said most FBA is ex-Pan-African. But he FBA. And probably ain't no ex-Pan-African. Crazy. What? Crazy people. Crazy. The fact of the matter that most Pan-Africans are resisting FBA is the fact. Most people that stood strong on Pan-Africanism, those are the ones fighting against us, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, most Pan-Africans are not standing up for FBA. To be honest, they still trying to hold on to Pan-African. To be honest, also, it ain't that many practicing Pan-Africans no more. So you don't know what you're talking about because Pan-Africanism is what? A failed concept. So all them Pan-Africans I grew up with, none of them is Pan or African no more. They just regular. There's no Pan-African, not a lot, is a few, comparatively speaking. That concept been dead. There was a whole bunch of Pan-African reggae, right? Is there a bunch of Pan-African reggae now? No. No. There's no bunch of African Liberation Day festivals and all that no more. That stuff been dried up. These shorties ain't on that. Dudes just be talking. Our shorties is gang members. They not Pan-African. They call themselves YNs, bro. Y'all need to get outside like Big Pharaoh will be outside. My people is YNs. Okay? Well, I'm trying to un-YN them. You never heard nothing that's a failure be talked about so much. You're lying because this is not talked about a lot. Comparatively speaking, this is just a small voice. Right now, 50 Cent documentary is being talked about, not Pan-Africanism. So, Kwame, you're lying because this is not talked about a lot. You're lying. You're lying. And he says, look, he says, Pan Global BK Unity is a failure. Now what? We gonna sit around. You're not talking, I'm talking. What you're gonna do is shut up and listen. What do you mean we? This just Big Pharaoh. This ain't we, this me, boy. Now mind your business. This ain't we. What do you mean we? Who is we? Who is we, bro? Because this say Pharaoh said that. This don't say we said nothing. Who is we? Just spit it out. Say, you don't want me to talk about it, so I could tell you go raise your kids and be a good daddy. You're not my daddy. My daddy passed away. So don't come over here trying to tell me what to talk about. I don't know you. Now, what you can do is you can hit the Cash App, the Venmo, the PayPal, and show some support. You could do that. But as far as trying to tell me what I should talk about, log off. Because real street dudes would say, if it's a negative conversation and you clicked on it, you were lame. Listen, if this is a negative conversation and you clicked on it, what do that say about you? Huh? What do that say about you? So I'm going to help you out. Put him on timeout till tomorrow. I got mods over here. Put him on timeout till tomorrow. Because he said this conversation ain't no good. he said this conversation ain't no good. So let's get him out of here so he can go find a good conversation. You understand? And he can get off my pistachios. You know what I'm saying? My wall, you know, he can get off my pecans. You know what I'm saying? He can get off I can't even hardly breathe down there. He cutting off my testosterone. You know what I'm saying? Cutting off my testosterone all up in mine, talk about what I'm talking about. Boy, mind your business and go talk about something. Kwame with the polka dots. Kwame was whack, by the way. He all over here worried about what I'm talking about. A grown man. Oh, this is a stupid conversation. Let me click on it. It's a grown man. He said, this is a stupid conversation. Let me click on it. I'm going to click on it every day. Why every day I keep clicking on this and y'all keep saying this every day, making me click on it every day? He said, I'm making him click on this every day. That's what he said. He said, I'm making him click. I made him click on this every day. Bro, go watch something else. It's YouTube. It's a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube. This is just a small conversation on YouTube. There's no whole bunch of conversations talking against Pan-African on YouTube. What is he talking about? I'll be on YouTube. He trying to act like this is a big conversation common. And then he all in my business, trying to tell me what to do. Big Pharaoh. I'm 67. I'm going to be 68 in February. You a little boy. Stay in a little boy place. Go raise your kids, bro. Stop trying to raise a grown man. I'm big grown, okay? And I'm trying to holler at your auntie. I ain't going to say your mom because your dad might be with her. But if she's single, you know, I'm ready to mingle. I'm trying to say, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to step in daddy, you know? I'm just saying, mind your business. Just stay at a little boy place. So, before I was rudely interrupted, oh, well, that's all right. Let him keep trolling. If he got time to waste, he come back. I ain't gonna block him. He can come back every day. He come back tomorrow and hit that button, boy, and hit that like. Come every day, Kwame, and you're gonna say the same thing, and I'm gonna say the same thing. Get lost. What's up, Truth Hurst? Hey, I'm not on. Don't y'all block him. Let him come back tomorrow. I need him to come back tomorrow. I need him to click on that button. I need him to come say something stupid. Boom. I like trolls. I like trolls. Trolls don't bother me. Yeah, trolls. I don't got no problem with no trolls. You know what I'm saying? So he can come back. If he got time to troll, I got time to block him. We're gonna keep it a billion. It don't take me number one button to get rid of him. He gonna work hard to get over here, then he gonna get over here, and then he gonna say 2 words, I'm gonna block him. And we can do that every day. I actually enjoy it. Glad to see you, Kwame, and bye. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, bro. Come back tomorrow. If he got time, I got time. I got time, boy. I got time. Yes, I do. So come back tomorrow. Yeah, come back tomorrow. I tell you, I love trolls. I be trolling trolls. It's just one button. You know, I like irritating them. They work hard to get over here. Good to see you, and bye. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my soul. Good to see you, Kwame, and bye. Okay? And I'll see you tomorrow. Don't sweat off my back. And so Pan-Africanism, it's over with. At the time when we was pushing Pan-Africanism, we didn't have social media. We knew nothing about Africa. So Pan-Africanism really started getting pushed in the 80s. In the 60s, it was Black Power. The 70s, it was get money, buy Cadillacs, dress nice. The 80s was they've come back with the Pan-Africanism. That's when Cyrus Rasunseti and all them got born into the game. They late bloomers. But we didn't know nothing. We didn't have social media. We couldn't see as much information. So back in the 80s, if you didn't know which book to buy or get lucky to go to a specific lecture, because if Dr. Ben came to town, there was no way for you to know he was coming to town. Right? You see what I'm saying? So there was no way to know they was coming. So we had limited information. We had to wait on scholars to write books. But now that we got YouTube and social media, we can see things. We got Instagram, we got TikTok. So now we can see what's going on in all the cracks and crevices of Africa. And now we got the realization on how big Africa is, how vast Africa is. How many people in Africa are not Africans? So the concept of pushing Pan-Africanism, when Arabs and foreigners run the whole top of Africa, right, is crazy. You understand? So the concept of pushing Pan-Africanism, when Africans barely control Africa, is a failed concept. Let's look at ancient Kemet, now called Egypt. Blacks don't run that. Blacks don't run that, right? They don't run that. So what Pan-African? Africa can't even liberate itself. Let's look at Burkina. Have you looked at the violence in Burkina over the last 2 months? In the 90s, Pan-Africanism was only everywhere based on KRS-One, Poor Righteous Teachers, Public Enemy. Without Rap City and MTV Raps, there wouldn't have been no Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was on MTV and BET. That's a fact. And people emulated it, but they wasn't true to it. They was just emulating what the rapper said. And when Snoop Dogg and them took over, and G-Funk and I took over, the pro-black rappers disappeared, and so did the followers. Soon as the music changed, Pan-Africanism was over. Soon as there was no longer no poor righteous teachers and no Lord Jamar and them, soon as all them groups was gone, that was it. Because them people wasn't really Pan-Africans. That was just a new style. So they appeared to be Pan-Africans because they wanted to wear what Salt and Pepper was wearing, what Queen Latifah was wearing. But that wasn't in their heart. It was just fashion. That's it. Pan-Africanism in the late 80s and 90s was just fashion. It wasn't in their heart like that. It was just fashion. That's it. It was just a fashion statement. It wasn't real. I sold Pan-Africanism. This what made you think everybody was really a Pan-African when they wasn't. They just wore this to be cool. That's all. That's all. And that didn't even come from a Pan-African. That didn't even come from a Pan-African, actually. A Pan-African didn't even make the medallion popular. Did y'all know that? That wasn't made popular by no Pan-African. I'm going to show y'all a little history as we go. Watch this. Watch this. Hopefully I got the picture. But yeah, even that clothing didn't really come and didn't really catch on from Pan-Africans. It was Big Daddy Kane that pushed that. Big Daddy Kane made that popular. Did y'all know that? When everybody seen Big Daddy Kane, that's when they bought their medallions. Did y'all know that? Facts. This is what sold them that medallions. You see that red, gold, and green heart? So now everybody wanted a medallion. This is real history. This is the man that put these medallions on the map. That's an absolute fact. And you can see 3 or 4 pictures with him on. That's who put it on the map. That's a fact. And reggae music. Without reggae music, there is no Pan-Africanism in the United States in the 80s and in the 90s. I did a whole live on that. Go watch it. That was reggae. The rappers was following the reggae artists because a lot of the rappers had Caribbean lineage, right? And they was in New York, and New York is a melting pot. It was a whole big Rasta culture and Jamaican culture in New York, right? Because they come up through Florida, and the first stop for them was New York. So the reggae came out, the reggae got big, and then the rappers learned from the reggae, right? Remember KRS say, Haile Selassie, right? How did KRS-One learn about dreadlocks, going vegetarian, and Haile Selassie? From Rasta culture. But that didn't last because dancehall took over because it was just a fad. So brothers like me that was really into it, I looked up and everybody was gone except me. Everybody was gone. I was here for the Black Power movement as a shorty. I was pushing that as a kid. That disappeared. I was still with it. The Black Conscious and the next one was like the Pan-African type hip hop. I pushed that. Next thing was gone. The next one was Sarnetta TV and all them, right? In the like 20 teens. That came out. And then what? It was gone. That's with Polite, Sarah Seti and all them. Remember that era came. That was fake, was gone. Came and it went. And I'm one of the relics that stood on business this whole time. A lot of my brethren ain't got their locks no more. They ain't plant-based no more. They ain't standing on no culture no more. And a lot of people didn't want to really stand on the culture. So they start watering it down. So you could call yourself Sarah Seti when your name Elliot. Your name Elliot Blunt. See what I'm saying? So you don't got to stand on nothing. You understand? Because the culture was all melted together and we was taking the best from all these different ideologies and building strength. And we took the name change from the Nation of Islam. Where you come into the Nation of Islam, you got to get rid of your slave name and give you an X. So you become Malcolm X until you find a name and you become Malik Shabazz. So we was all standing on that. And that came from Muhammad Ali, changing his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was Lew Alcindor, changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So the thing to be, you had to get rid of your slave name. So when you're around, you call yourself the General Seti, but you still got a slave name, you bootleg. You bootleg, you're not that. You're a fraud. You ain't standing on none of the original principles of this. That's a fact. You ain't standing on it. You got to stand on the original principles. Look, August 11, 1981. Look, Michael Dwayne Stewart. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed that the said petitioner name be, and The same is hereby changed from Michael Dwayne Stewart to Pharaoh El-Aton, by which said last mentioned name shall be hereafter known and called. If you wasn't, and this 1981, what, 58, 68, 78, 79, 81, I'm 23. I did this at 22, probably 22, what, August? No, I did it that year. So I'm 23 years old. 23 years old, standing on Malcolm Shabazz, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Muhammad Ali, standing on the real black consciousness. The real black consciousness. You had to get rid of your slave name. You couldn't be no bootleg General SETI. You couldn't be no bootleg. I'm not finna argue with no bootleg dude. No, you bootleg. Your name Elliot. You understand? I go by those principles. You understand? I go by those principles. So you ride in the car with me. You call your name Big Kafu. Police pull us over. Get my stuff. Okay, Pharaoh El-Aton. Okay, El-Aton. Pull you over. David Johnson. All right, you a bootleg. You're a bootleg. Basically. Come back tomorrow, bro. Yep, come back tomorrow. So you're a bootleg. People didn't want to stand on it to that extent. So that's why Pan-Africanism failed, because people were getting into fads. Okay? Things were a fad, and people were getting into a fad. You understand? So when people were getting into a fad, right, it was bootleg. It's not about paying for a name change. Quasi, that's not what it's about. So if you think it's about paying for a name change, then you're not black conscious. Black consciousness is not about you change your name. Black consciousness is about your children born without that name. Now I got 6 children. I got grandchildren. None of them got a slave name. So let's say I pay $80. Let's say I pay $80 to change my name. Right? Right? Let's say I pay $80, Quasi, right? If I pay $80 to change my name, I get married. My wife take on my last name. That's 2 of us. I have 6 kids. That's 8 of us. So right there, that's $10 a person, right? That's $10 a person. When they have grandchildren, when I have grandchildren have that name, you got to divide that into the $80. So by the time the boys pass their lineage down, it'll be what, $1 a person? It'll be like $1 a person. So I didn't just pay to change my name. I paid for my children to be born free. I paid for my children to have a different name. Like I say all the time, when I changed my name, one day I was sitting there, I was like 21, 22. And my father said, you know, boy, now that you changed your name, when they look at the family tree, they're not going to know who you are. I said, Daddy, they're going to know exactly who I am. They're going to know you was the last slave and your son was the first great king of the family. And he told my mother, he said, Bessie, what we going to do with this boy? I told my daddy, just like they're going to know who you is too, that you was the last slave in the family. They're going to know Big Pharaoh's the first free-minded person in his family. And that's going to be a part of history. And Randolph had a son named Michael, and Michael didn't like his name. He changed his name to Pharaoh El-Aton. And all my children's is El-Atons. Facts. I'm not passing that curse down. But I made my daddy feel better because I said, Daddy, that still make you look good. Because they're going to be like, Randolph's son wasn't going. That means you must have taught me something. You must have freed my man. He said, that makes a lot of sense. I said, yeah, you're going to get credit for that too. Because it's something you did for me to be like this. If you wasn't a good father, then put me in a good situation, I wouldn't have been able to think like this. You understand? And so Pan-Africanism is a failed concept because it never caught on in Africa. You understand? And you can't have a African concept everywhere but in Africa. And Africans ain't Africans. There's no such thing as Africans. There's no such thing. Yet you have Nigerians, you have Ethiopians, but there's really no such thing as Nigerians and Ethiopians. And Ethiopians, they Tigrayan, they are Roma, they are Mara. In Nigeria, they different tribes. They Igbo, they this, they that. They're not really even Nigerians. So if Ethiopians are not Ethiopians, how are Ethiopians going to be Africans? Because technically there's no such thing as Ethiopians inside of Ethiopia. We just call them Ethiopians because they live in Ethiopia. They do not identify as Ethiopians. A Roma and Tigrayan don't get along. A Roma and Amara don't get along. A Roma don't get along with Amara in Ethiopia. They warned. They're under 3 different flags in Ethiopia. So your scholars, they're not really teaching y'all nothing. They teaching old, washed up concepts. Those concepts is washed up. You understand? Bro, you're going to have to come over here and say something that makes some sense instead of trolling. I hope you're not no man, Quasi. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring masculinity back to Quasi. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing. There was never no such thing as Pan-African. It was a good idea at a time when we didn't know the ins and outs of Africa. Marcus Garvey doesn't know what I know. So I can't hate on him and Delaney and them and Crummell and them creating Pan-Africanism because they did not have the info. They didn't know it was 3,000 tribes in Africa. You understand? They didn't know. You feel me? So I can't, it's nothing was done wrong. It's just it's time to update, right? Do you still got an iPhone 3? No. You have to update the iPhone for it to be able to function. Well, this is what a lot of Pan-Africans and people like that, they don't want to update. They don't want to people like Sarah Sunseti is what we call stuck on stupid. He don't want to update. He don't want to update to the new information. He don't want to update. You got to update your information. This was the Ethiopian flag for Rastas. This was the Ethiopian flag. But guess what? This is the Ethiopian flag now. Now, this is the flag that represents Ethiopia, right, y'all? I'm going to show you why Pan-Africanism can't work, right? But there's tribes in Ethiopia, and those tribes are under flags. So there's different flags in Ethiopia. So this is the Ethiopian flag, and in Ethiopia, the Tigrayans are under this flag. They're not under this flag. The Tigrayans in Ethiopia are under this flag. Also in Ethiopia, right? The Amara, The Amhara are in Ethiopia. They're under this flag. So this is the country flag, but this is the flag of the tribes. This is the Tigrayan flag. This is the Amhara flag. This is the Aroma flag. Now, this is the flag for the country, but in the country, one tribe is under this flag, one tribe is under that flag, and one tribe is under that flag. And guess what they all got in common? They don't honor this flag. They don't honor no Ethiopian flag because they are Tigrayan. They are Amhara. They are Aroma. So if they're not Ethiopians, you believe they're Africans? Who believe they're Africans when they're not even Ethiopians? There is no Ethiopians. There is no Nigerians. It's a shame I got to come and bring out information that these so-called scholars supposed to be and told y'all this already. Sarah Soon said he's supposed to already be telling you this. But brothers like that don't want to erase everything they taught. Like me, I'll throw everything I taught in the garbage. I'll throw all that stuff in the garbage. But some brothers got so much pride because they said something 5 years ago and they find out that they got to update, they don't want to update. I'm one of the few people you can go find old videos with me pushing Pan-Africanism. And now I'm telling you the facts. What you want me to do? I'm not going to lie to y'all just to cover my ass for something I believe that I find out is bogus. It's not real. Not only is it bogus, it's not real, we got issues here in America. We're not overlooking our issues, looking at somebody's issues all the way across Africa, and it's 1 billion of them. It's only 50 million of us. At what point, black man in America, we don't got to concentrate on what we got to do? You understand? Who threw the wrench in the gear of our division? It ain't never been no unity, bro. You're not listening. You're doing too much typing. You thought it was unity. There's never been no unity. Never. They didn't just invent these tribes. These tribes been there. Unity is a false illusion. There was never no world black unity. Never. It never existed. Ever. Ever. Even if you go all the way back to ancient Kemet, there wasn't one people. How I live way over here and you live way over there? How are we gonna be unified? I don't even know you over there. Let's take before you got planes and cars. And it might have took how long to travel from East Africa to West Africa? So you telling me that people in East Africa knew what the hell somebody doing in West Africa? People in Nigeria didn't even know what people was doing in Ghana. So the concept of unity got to be based on the fact you even know each other, even know what the other person is doing. It's a make-believe concept. White people in America don't know what white people are doing right now in Switzerland? How they supposed to know? How a white person right now in America gonna know what white people doing in Germany? I mean, in the real world. How they gonna unify with somebody that's way in Germany? It was a positive ideology when we didn't have this information I'm giving you. So there was nothing wrong with the ideology at the time. Garvey and them pushed the ideology. You trolling. Somebody put Kwesi on timeout till tomorrow. He's trolling. He's ruining the chat like a girl. He's doing too much typing. Mrs. Moore, put him on timeout for 24 hours. Because people like that, they just ruin a conversation. I hope there's not no man like that, feminine like that doing. Bro, go get a job as a typist. You know what I'm saying? Put him on timeout till tomorrow. Nobody want to read all that. He be just want everybody to read him instead of listening to me. You know, when I'm talking to somebody like that typing, they want attention. They want everybody to read what him type instead of listening to me. You know what I'm saying? He ain't listening. And he disturbing everybody else. He want everybody to read that. As I'm talking, he constantly like a girl. You know what I'm saying? With that fake name. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you go in my chat, when you start seeing one person like that, see all this green, that's a troll. And if it's a man, he's feminine, because ain't no man doing all that like that, back to back to back to back. Ain't nobody doing that. You know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for his woman. And so Pan-Africanism has failed, y'all. It was a failed concept at the time when we thought we was thinking positive. You know, we was trying to think positive. All black people unite and all this after South Africa and Winnie Mandela and all that. But we didn't realize how big Africa was. We didn't come to the conclusions that Africa ain't really free, that the country's not united, that they under all type of religions, and religions trump being an African. That's why those children is missing. Look at those children they just grabbed in Nigeria. They just grabbed some more. They just grabbed some more children in Nigeria. Look. And somebody talking Pan-Africanism. Look. In November 2025, Nigeria experienced a surge in mass abductions of children, with hundreds taken in separate incidences from schools in Niger and Kebbi states. Many of these children remain captive, causing anguish and anger among their parents and highlighting a persistent security crisis in the country. In the latter half of 2025, November 20, Nigeria was struck by multiple mass kidnappings targeting academic institutions. Kebbi State, November 17, gunmen attacked the government girls' comprehensive secondary school, abducted 25 female students and unalived 2 staff members. All girls were later released. Papiri, Niger State, November 21, more than 300 students and staff were reportedly kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School by armed assailants. 50 students have since escaped, but as of early December 2025, right now, over 250 children and 12 staff members were still missing. Musa District, Borno State, November 30, 12 teenage girls were abducted while harvesting crops. The Nigerian army stated they were seized by the Islamic State, West African province, but were subsequently rescued in an operation. They got border crisis and everything. Pan-Africans ain't gonna never talk about that, okay? You understand? They selling you a dream. Let's take a break, and then we'll continue this important conversation, all right? You understand what I'm saying? They keep praising the brother in Burkina. Same situation. Burkina Faso. Islamist armed groups massacre civilians. This story came out the 15th of September. 2 Islamic armed guards groups have unalived several dozen civilians in 3 separate attacks in northern Burkina Faso since May. Since the start of their insurgency in Burkina Faso in 2016, the Islamic armed guard groups have repeatedly attacked and forcibly replaced tens of thousands of civilians, forcibly displaced. The government has increasingly targeted civilians doing counterinsurgency operations. The authorities should provide better protection for all civilians at risk, investigate abuse, including those by the military and allied militias, and fairly prosecute those responsible. 2 Islamic armed groups have unalived several dozen civilians, 3 separate attacks in northern Burkina Faso since May 2025. Human Rights Watch said today these attacks violated international humanitarian law and are apparent war crimes. An Al-Qaeda affiliate armed group, the Group for the Support of Islam and Muslims, attacked the town in Djibo, Sahel region on May 11th and the village of Yuba, North region, on August 3rd, altogether unaliving at least 40 civilians. The Islamic State in the Sahel province attacked a civilian convoy bringing humanitarian aid to the besieged town of Gorom, Sahel region on July 28th, unaliving 9 civilians. And it goes on and on and on. On and on. The Sudan, same way. Sudan, same way. Ethiopia, same way. Rwanda, the Congo, same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Let me show you something. It's called the Sahel. And the Sahel is like a strip that runs down the desert where it's a bunch of trees, right? So this is the Sahel region, right? And it's like desert, but in the middle was like a forest. And from the north, Algeria and Liberia, the terrorists come down and they hide in this center area. They hide there. And they attack Nigeria, Niger, Burkina, all of them countries, the Sudan, all of them. They attack them. Okay? When they'll go and they'll cut all the electricity up there. And then when they send people from Nigeria, whatever, to go turn the electricity back on, they ambush them. They even ambushed the president of Nigeria. And he had his army with him. Now, Pan-Africans, some type of way, they never talk about this. Some type of way, Pan-Africans overlook all of these serious problems. What y'all think about that? And sell you this concept to be thinking about Africa. What can we do for Africa? This is the Sahel right here. North of the Sahel, this is where they come in and hide. This orange part is like a bunch of forests that run across the middle of the desert. So it's like a desert with a forest where they can hide in that forest. Mind you, this is also the route that they bought the slaves from East Africa to West Africa to sell you. Because once they ran out of slaves in Senegal, in Ghana, and in these slave places, they started bringing them across. The Moors would bring them from the east and meet them right here where it says the word Sahel, and they would come and meet them halfway and march us back to West Africa and sell us. That's why so many of us, we come from East Africa. We don't come from West Africa. Some of us do, but a lot of us come from East Africa. We come from East and West Africa, and this was the slave route in Africa where they transported brothers and sisters from East Africa to West Africa and sold them. Nobody gonna tell you this history but me. You're not hearing this nowhere else. As Sarah soon said, he debate me, he'll get chewed up, destroyed, and spit out. Because I'll be able to bring up history when he wasn't even born. He a baby. And he's not telling y'all the facts. Because what happens is nobody wants to tell you the facts if the facts destroy what they're pushing. So if these brothers and sisters have these ideologies and there's something that hurts the ideology, right? Then they won't tell. You got to go study, bro. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about. Go study. Yeah, go study. This is conversations over your head. You're a little boy. Stay in a little boy place. You don't know no history. If you don't know this, you don't know no history. Everybody know that. Everybody know that the first people they saw from West Africa was their enemies they was fighting, and they ran out of them, and they started going up the Niger River and bringing slaves to West Africa. If you don't know that, what is the sound of music? Stick to the sound of music. Don't try to talk to Big Pharaoh because you don't got no knowledge. Your knowledge is limited. They brought slaves up to Niger. Facts. And everybody know the Moors marched slaves from the east to the west. As a matter of fact, the Moors put us in slavery 700 years before the slavery in West Africa. Our first slavery, they was taking us up through Libya and up through there. So you don't got no knowledge, bro. This Big Pharaoh, stay in your place. You're a little person. You're not this Big Pharaoh. We was in slavery 700 years before this slavery from East Africa. So stay in your place. You don't know nothing. Stick to music. You the sound of music. You the sound of music. This Big Pharaoh. You the sound of music. So you need to be tap dancing and singing. You know what I mean? Start a big man conversation. You haven't done your research. You don't study. And my daughter's DNA came back Ethiopian Egypt. My DNA is Ethiopian Egypt. So stay in your place. You don't know what you're talking about. They transported slaves up to Niger, across. Facts. You gotta really be a scholar. You can't be no dollar. You gotta be a scholar to know this type of information. And this was the slave route. This was the slave route from east to west. Now the old one went around this way and went up. Right? They came across and went up and sold us to Europe that way. That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the slavery came out of West Africa. The first slavery definitely came out of East Africa. And the Moors sold their people into slavery from East Africa. But they sold them to Europe. These first ones coming out of West Africa went to Europe too, and then eventually to the United States and places like that. Then they started breeding them. So when the British banned pirates from being on the British took over the ocean and wouldn't let you have no slaves on the ocean, that's when America built breeding farms and started breeding us here. So the majority of the slaves in America was bred here. But the original ones that they was using to breed come from slave trade. You understand? Yeah, they come from the slave trade. My daughter did have a little bit of Scandinavian, but most of our DNA was Egypt and Ethiopian and Native American. So I don't know how you're gonna tell me my DNA unless you took my DNA test. So you're just talking. But your name's Sky Apache 9 Apache, so you bootleg anyway. Stay out of my conversation, bro. And if you want to teach like Big Pharaoh, get a page like Big Pharaoh. Go get you a YouTube page like a man and stand on business on your own page. Go teach if you know something. Or get somebody to put up some racks and debate me so I can take your money. I'll take your money. I ain't gonna argue with you for free, but get somebody to put up like $2,000 or something. You put up 2, I put up 2. Now I'll debate you if I could take your money if you put up your money. But I ain't gonna debate you over here for free when you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. My mother's side of the family was Sioux. Their brothers just be talking. You know what I'm saying? They don't be knowing what he don't even know me. He don't know nothing about my family. He just talking. Just talking. Don't know what the hell he's talking about. Anybody look at me can see I'm red and I'm Sioux. You understand? I'm Eastern African and Sioux. Straight up. Ethiopian, Egyptian, and Sioux. Very little white. From like Scandinavia. So I think it was like 2%, 3%. Was a little. The majority of the percentage was Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Native American. Y'all go get your DNA from reliable sources. You'll see. Anybody can see I'm a little red. And you brothers learn some respect and stop intruding on somebody else's live stream and being rude just because you didn't grow up at a time when you used to have to go to lectures. I used to have to go to lectures. You couldn't do all this rude thing. I don't have no West African features. West Africans is darker than me, face is rounder than me, and nose is bigger than me. I don't have no West African features. I got East African features. West Africans don't have skinny faces like this. And this is my grandmother. She's Sioux, bro. Okay? She lived 117 years. I used to hang out at her house. I was going to Alabama in the 60s. I used to be at her house. You don't know nothing. What's your name? Paulie. You don't know nothing, bro. Go study. That's why you LOLing, because you uninformed. This is my grandmother. This is my mother's grandmother. This is my great grandmother. We Sioux, bro. What is you talking about? You Somali, and we don't have Corsair. It's really the Somalis that got European blood. Fact, Somali and Ethiopians are the one got the European blood, actually. That's why your hair not coarse. Y'all the one got the European blood over there. That's why y'all high yellow like that and got straight hair. Yeah. Don't make me do y'all. But anyway, you ain't gonna serve no purpose over here. I haven't put no razor to my head since it's probably 77. When I started growing my Jerry curl. I started growing my Jerry curl probably like 77. I went straight from a Jerry curl to dreads. I ain't gonna argue with no weirdo from West Africa, don't know nothing. Y'all the ones that Shemites. It's a reason it's a Shem on your ites. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna go there. You understand? Because the first Africans was conquered was the West Africans. I mean the East Africans. The East Africans was the first ones where the Romans and everybody came down. When you read Christ, right? And the Romans was there crucifying the black people, them is East Africans. Christ was the same bloodline as the East Africans. You see, East Africa's right there. Israel's right next to East Africa. And the Romans was in Israel, right? Which is right across the road from, right? And then the Romans did what in the Greeks? They came down into East Africa first and breeded them out and conquered all of them except Ethiopia. But they've been bred out. That's why they went up there to get that's why they went up there to get Cleopatra. Remember, they kidnapped Cleopatra and took her back to Europe. And Hannibal went up there to get her. What you think they was doing to them women when they took them back to Europe? They was breeding them out. What the European would do is come down, conquer the East Africans, get their women, breed them out, have a son by them, then put the mulatto son in charge. So they would put the half black, half European son, make him their leader. This is what they would do. This is what they was doing in East Africa. They come, conquer the men, breed the women. When she have a son, they put the half-breed son in charge. Facts. And then they would rule those East African countries. This is our facts. That's why Egypt ain't black no more. They conquered them. They conquered them and breeded them out. Then later, you had the Arab invasion came in. You understand? Later, you had the Arab invasion, but the first invasion was the European. The first place they invaded was East Africa. When you read the New Testament, right? You ain't going to get this knowledge. No. When you read the New Testament and you read about them crucifying black people in Israel, answer me this. What was Rome? What were Romans doing in Israel? From Rome. Headed where? South. To conquer what? Africa. So when you read about Christ, you're reading about the precursor to the invasion of East Africa. Think about it. They was from Rome. What was Pontius Pilate and them doing that close to Africa? Because Israel's right across. Right? So what was Pontius Pilate and them doing in Israel? They was headed south. And they would crucify the blacks and line them up. So when you took the road, it would put fear in your heart to see that they conquered your people and nail them on these crosses to let you know we on our way. I can't predict because Mother Nature is doing her thing too. So I can't really predict nothing with Mother Nature because Mother Nature finna wipe a lot of stuff out. So it's finna be a do-over anyway. That's a whole nother video because when the people took over, the people that took over the world was out of tune with the environment. So they took over the world, but they was out of tune with the environment. Now the environment finna act a fool. And they gonna lose everything they took because they disrespected the people, but they disrespected the ocean, the trees, the atmosphere, the animals. They disrespected the whole ecosystem. That's a whole nother video. So they finna get wiped out anyway. Y'all ain't seen all the volcanoes that y'all seen the volcano erupt in Ethiopia? that ain't erupted. They got no recorded history of when the last time it erupted. They don't even know the last time it erupted. Y'all ain't seen that? See what I'm saying? Look. So that's all. Now they ain't gonna do nothing because they're gonna self-destruct. Look, on November 23rd, 2025, the Haile Gubi volcano in northern Ethiopia erupted in a dramatic fashion. The Shield volcano in the Danakil or Afar depression began spewing ash and volcanic gases at around 11:30 a.m. local time. In this remote area of East Africa, tectonic plates are moving away from each other, which allows magma to rise to the surface and feed several active volcanoes. And they don't even know. Geologic evidence suggests it was within the past 8,000 years, though experts speculate it may have been within the past few centuries. They don't even know when the last time this thing went off. You know what I'm saying? They got no recorded history of that volcano even going off at all. They don't even have no recorded history of that. Because you got to understand that we was the keepers of the planet, the so-called Sioux and Apache and the Native Americans and the different groups in Al-Kibbulan, which you call Africa. We was in harmony. We only cut down certain amount of trees. And we used to pray, and we would cut down trees systematically. So when we cut a tree down, it's a tree that's almost to the point where it's too old, it's going to fall. We didn't just go and just mow down all the trees. We had a system on which trees get cut down. We didn't have zoos. We didn't put elephants in zoos. We didn't go and just unalive animals like that. In ancient Al-Kibbulan, we was like 90% to 95% vegetarian. Yes. Every now and then they would eat some fish. Africans didn't eat meat. Do your research. All the mummies that was all vegetarian. They did the DNA on all the mummies, and they was all vegetarian. Facts. We didn't eat animals. During slavery, I'm gonna tell you a wise tale. I'm gonna tell you some historical verbal information. During slavery, when they would, before they start breeding them here, when they would bring some Africans here and they would mark them, a lot of times when the slave ships would go back, the African over here would be in Africa. They kept seeing these Africans that they had bought here back in Africa. So finally, one of the people that was the captains of one of these slave ships, he asked the Africans, how are they getting back? They directed him to a lady that was like could see the future. Check this out. She told the slave catchers and the slave traders that we was flying back, right? He was saying we was flying back. So they said, how could we stop them from flying back? She told them, if you don't want them to fly back, feed them salt and pork. Feed them salt and pork. And they got a thing called what? Salt pork. Were there Native Americans before the slave trade? Yeah, there was blacks over here, but there was all different types of blacks here. So the blacks here wasn't necessarily Native Americans. You had black Caribbeans here because they would just sell. It ain't nowhere to sell from Haiti or Jamaica here. So you had blacks from the Caribbean here. You had blacks from Africa here. Then you had blacks from South America here. And then you had blacks here from here. And then you had blacks that came across the top and came down Canada. So you had about 6 different types of blacks here. That's why they wasn't getting along. That's why they was different tribes. You ever wonder why they, because when I was little, I used to wonder why they didn't stick together. They was not the same people. You got to understand, to you all, America's small because you got planes and trains. But imagine if you had to ride horses or walk. America's huge. So if you're a group in Wisconsin, you don't know nothing about the group in Wyoming. How you going to see? If you go back into old times when you didn't have fast transportation, if you was a group in South Carolina, are you going to know about a group in Texas? No. So the idea, they didn't even know each other existed. Because you had to go by horse. You know how long it take you to ride a horse from New Orleans to California? So the idea that there was no they. You lived over here, they lived over there, they lived over there, and you don't know nothing about them. They didn't know nothing about nobody until the European started going west, say, go west, young man, and start getting in the cattle industry and then start building the railroad. And now he can, and the stagecoaches, right? Because the stagecoaches allowed you to stay outside of the elements. A horse, you was getting scorched by the elements. When they developed the stagecoaches, that's what allowed them to travel. You understand? That's what allowed them to travel. Other than that, if you was in Florida, you don't know nobody, you don't know who in Texas. You're not gonna know who's who. I'm talking before slavery. That you would know who's who. There was no way to know what was going on in the country. All you know is the area you live in. That's it. It's still like that now. Wherever you live, that's all you really know. I'm in Chicago. I don't know what the hell y'all doing in Dallas right now. Can I tell you what's going on in Dallas right now? No. Even with modern transportation, I don't know what's going on in New Orleans right now. I don't know what's going on in Dallas. As a matter of fact, if I live on the south side of Chicago, I don't even know what's going on the north side of Chicago. Y'all know I ain't lying. You don't even know what's going on in your city. You got to drive over there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, so just think about it like that. If I'm on the south side of Chicago, do I know what's going on the north side, on the west side? No. Matter of fact, I don't even know everything going on the south side. I know probably my neighborhood. If I live in Maple Park, I probably know what's going on in Maple Park, maybe Morgan Park right across the street. But do I know what's going on in Chatham? No. How? And everybody know about Atlanta traffic. So if you way over there in Atlanta, it's gonna take you forever to even get over there in Atlanta. When you live in one part of Atlanta, that's all you really know in life is the area you live in, basically. Basically. So imagine a big country like this. The Native Americans don't know what each other is doing. Heck yeah, it is. So, we have a false illusion that, oh, the Native Americans, I used to think that as a kid. I was like, why didn't get together? Later, I found out, oh, no, he's Sioux. They Comanche. They Apache. They not one group of people. And that's why some was red, some was brown, some was black, some was yellow, because the ones that came down from Canada looked more like the Eskimos. Because it was some came from Canada and Alaska came down. They looked more like Eskimos. Then from South America, you had the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the three groups. They don't look alike either. Mayans don't look like Aztecs. And what's the other group down there? Mayans, Aztecs. Somebody help me. What's the other? They don't look none alike. They ain't none alike. Mayans and Aztecs and one more group. They don't look nothing. They are not the same people. South America is huge. Inca. The Inca, the Mayan, and the Aztecs is three different people. They don't look nothing alike. They don't. And those were the people they was calling Native Americans. Because remember, Christopher Columbus thought he was in the Caribbean. He didn't know he was even here. He thought he was in the Caribbean. And his lookout person was a black dude, a Moor. Now the Olmecs, we don't know about them because they was gone. So there was no Olmec people. There was Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas, but there was really never no Olmec people. We see the Olmec statues, but not the Olmec people. Because the Olmecs go back before the floods when giants walked the earth. They not here. That would be, you're gonna have to follow me on from Kemet, right? You're gonna have to follow me on my other page starting the first of the year to get that information. Okay. I'm taking all that information over there. So you're gonna have to go from Kemet to Chicago. You're gonna have to go follow that page for that. Okay. If you want to get that type of information, that's going to be so. You go subscribe to from Kemet to Chicago, and the first of the year, I will be talking about all of that type of stuff over here on this channel right here. So you got to go over there if you want to get into that type of information. Because I'm putting out this type of information secondary, and I'm not making this type of information first, but I'm still going to talk about it because I feel like too much into that particular information is detrimental for our people right now, what we're going through. The Olmecs, you know, I'll talk about it there, but the Olmecs, basically, the Most High breeded them out. So when you read the Most High, when they say, okay, y'all, when you read the Bible, where the Most High say, listen, y'all tripping, y'all doing too much. I can't let y'all live this long. I got to cut the amount of time y'all live down to 125 years. So from that point on, it went down from, 1,000 years or 2,000 years, down to 900 years, down to 800 years, down to 700 years. So each generation, we start living less and less and less and getting smaller and smaller. Because originally giants walked the earth. But when we got too crazy, then that's when the Most High and the rest of the gods say, okay, we can't do this. We got to cut y'all lifespan down. That's why you read Methuselah lived 900 years. But then after that was only 800, 700, 600. Down to 125. We're supposed to do 125, but the way you eat and the way the environment is, you're not reaching your full potential. See, my great grandmother lived 117. You're supposed to live like this. So we'll talk about that over there. But you had to, you know what I'm saying? You can't have no evil person living no 700 years. And once you became evil down here, you got to go. Imagine Hitler living 900 years. Imagine Trump living 500 years. No, he got to go. See what I'm saying? Because you became evil, too much corruption. So your lifespan got shortened. So that's where all the giants, the Olmecs and all them, they slowly breeded out over the years. You understand? But the concept of Pan-Africanism, getting back to what we're talking about, the concept of Pan-Africanism is a failed concept. You understand? Because you got too many different religions. You got too many different tribes. You don't control the continent. So how could you have Pan-Africanism in a country, in a continent that you don't even control? You don't even control the continent. So Pan-Africans are living in a dream world, okay? They're living in an unrealistic dream world. You don't control the continent. How are you going to have Pan-Africanism in a continent you don't control? Every country is different. Look how many Christians is there. How you gonna have some control when you don't have your own belief systems or nothing? The problem with Pan-Africanism is that the brothers that's Pan-African, they just teach a weirdo philosophy. They don't teach the facts. Okay? They don't teach the facts. In their mind, They see Africa with all those countries. But listen, y'all, the Africa you see does not exist in the world, in the business world, in the military world. They don't see Nigeria. They don't see Ethiopia. They don't see South Africa. You know what they see when they look at Africa? You know what their maps be like? This is the European and Chinese map of Africa. Until y'all realize that, you ain't got a chance. This is Africa to the rest of to Europe and Asia, to Germany, to China, to England, to the US. This is Africa. It's not Ethiopia, it's coffee. There is no South Africa, it's gold and diamonds. They don't see countries. They see natural resources. And Christians are there so that you don't see natural resources. But Christianity basically started in Africa. Black folks are the original Christians. Christ was a black man. Mary was black. Remember, they told Mary to take the boy and hide him in Egypt. How could he hide in Egypt if he wasn't the same color as the Egyptians? When Mary ran from Israel to hide, how is she going to hide him if they look different? So at that time, him and Mary was black, and the Egyptians was black. You understand? You understand? They was all that come from all that's black. Why you think they wouldn't let her have her baby in a hotel? Why they wouldn't let her have a baby? Why she had to have a baby in a barn? Because she was black. And right now in the world, the Black Madonna is the most famous thing ever. All over Europe, they worship the Black Madonna. And in South America, and in the Philippines, and them Asian islands. They worship the Black Madonna. Do your research. The Roman Catholics, they worship the Black Madonna. They worship the Black Madonna. My teacher, Sun Ra, he went inside the Vatican. And Sun Ra said, when you go in the Vatican, it's all black angels. They got black angels. I swear to God. Sun Ra told me when he went in the Vatican, it's black angels, it's black Mary, it's black Christ, all in there. They just don't want, they don't want, they don't want y'all to know, you know what I'm saying? They don't want, they know, there go Christ right there. They don't want you to know. They don't even want you to know what Christianity is. Christianity is just a concept that they had to come because under the old concept with the 10 Commandments, if you did something wrong, they would unalive you. So Christ came and say, no, you could be forgiven. You don't gotta have, if you did something wrong, That don't have to follow you your whole life. That was it. Other than that, that was his only teachings. Dude wasn't teaching, dude was healing. He wasn't doing a whole bunch of teaching. He was making the deaf to hear, the blind to see, the crippled to walk. Like he was working. He had a bag with herbs in it. You understand? He was working. But they was, if your cow fall in a hole, they was like, you got to leave him in the hole because it's the Sabbath. But Christ like, no, if your cow fall in the hole, get him out. You don't got to leave him in there because it's the Sabbath. You understand? Facts. Real talk. That's what that was all about. You understand? That's what that was. That's all that was about. But that was just teaching and healing and stuff like that. That's like I said. Go follow me on from Kemet to Chicago. I'm gonna get into the real stuff on that, not the hocus pocus make believe. I'm gonna tell you what's really up with all that Christianity, Islam, all that. I'm gonna get into that in depth because you got people trying to get into something that ain't really studied, don't know what they're talking about. And I've been doing theology since the 7th grade, which is crazy. My parents sent me to a Lutheran school so I could get away from the gangs. And so I went to a Lutheran school where they teach religion, but I'm in there just like this. So everything they saying, I'm questioning it. As a shorty, I was checking them. They couldn't answer my questions. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't answer none of my questions. I was in 7th grade. I asked them like this. Okay, you got Adam and Eve, and then you got Cain and Abel. How did Cain and Abel have babies if they ain't got no women? And all of the big white preachers and stuff, and all of the white religious scholars would say, that's a great question. And I'd be like, well, give me a great answer. But they didn't have no answer. That's how, so I had to start figuring out my own answers because nobody knew the answers. My mama didn't know the answers. My daddy didn't know the answers. My grandmama didn't know the answer. The preacher didn't know the answer. The bishop didn't know the answer. The religious teacher, nobody knew none of my answers to my questions. I'm a baby at this time. And nobody know the answers. I had to figure it out myself. They used to just look at me, little boy, why is you asking that? It's Adam and Eve, it's Cain and Abel. Who was Cain and Abel sleeping with? Y'all don't mention no more girls. That has still not been addressed. It is 2025. Have they ever addressed that? Have they ever addressed the answer to that? Who did Cain kill Abel? Who did Cain get pregnant? You got Adam and Eve, yeah, Cain, then they had Cain and Abel. And Cain killed Abel. Now, I don't see no girls unless Cain was an MF. You know, unless Cain was an MF, who Cain had babies by. Well, they don't address that. What sister? It don't say nothing about no sister. There's no sister in the Bible. And then how did Noah get all them big old animals on the ark? How did Noah get elephants and all that on the ark? Well, if you read the chapter before that, it said it was giants in the earth that in them days. That's when I figured out, oh, Noah was a giant. Got it. I'll be talking about that on the other channel. Today, we talk about Pan-Africanism failing. It failed tremendously, right? Now we got people out here, they RBG, they Pan-Africans, they RBG, they Pan-Africans, they Black Power, they lecturers, they scholars, right? They all this stuff, right? But they movement didn't go nowhere. RBG, dead in the water. Black Power, gone. Gone. Pan-Africanism, dead in the water, it's gone. There's no Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism don't exist no more. Where? Where is Pan-Africanism? It doesn't exist. Back in the 80s, we had all type of African Liberation Day festivals, not dead, all that's gone. There is no Pan-African movement, nowhere. The most famous Pan-African is a guy that took everybody's money, said he's going to build a school and scammed everybody. Like I said, I'll talk about that some other time. Man wrote the book. Well, every man is not necessarily a man. That's a whole nother story for another day. Everybody y'all see that got 2 arms, 2 legs stuff is not necessarily the same type of being you are. I will say this. I seen an angel one time. I was on 22nd Street with the L train at Cermak. And I'm walking across the highway to get on the L platform. And there was this black dude, right? And he was real dark. And you know how bums be having all them big dreadlocks? So his whole head was matted, right? His whole head was matted. And he was just standing up by the train, right? But when I walked past him and he looked at me, the person I seen wasn't the one that was looking at me. It was somebody inside of that body. That was the person that looked at me was not the bum. That was not a bum. This is way back like 80, like 1980 or something. And when I walked past him and he looked at me, it was clear it was somebody in that body. Them eyes that looked at me was not that man. I'll never forget, I was a shorty. I was young. I was number probably like 22. I'll never forget that look. And I was like, you know what? Boy, don't be out here disrespecting these bums and stuff. Because it might not be a bum. That was not a bum. That was a disguise. That man wasn't no earthling. Not at all. You should have seen how it looked at me. The eyes didn't even match the body. You know how when we move our eyes, you know how like our body moves some? When his eyes looked at me, the body didn't move. None of the muscles in the eye or nothing moved. Like if I look this way, there's going to be parts moved. When that man looked at me, it was clear it was something inside of him looking at me. I'll never forget it. I can almost still see him, which is creepy. I can almost still see him. Because it just freaked me out when he looked at me. It was somebody inside of him that was not him looking at me. I said, I said, whoa. Now I wasn't thinking about these. Now imagine, I'm not thinking about these type of things. I'm just going to get on my train. So I'm not even thinking about none of that. I'm not thinking about any of that. But when I walked by him, the way he looked at me, I can't describe it. But it was clear somebody inside of there was looking at it. It wasn't him looking at me. That figure. It was something inside of him. It was somebody in there. And the vibe I picked up was, watch how you treat people. Because it might not even be a people. It might not even be a person. It freaked me out all day, and all the next day I kept telling my queen that I seen an angel. I don't know if it was an angel, but it wasn't that bomb. It wasn't a bomb. That was not a bomb. And it knew who I was. It knew me. That's why it looked at me like that. That's what made it creepy. Because it knew me. The way it looked at me. I can't explain it. Some of this stuff is unexplainable. So when people try to explain it, you know they lying. Because it's unexplainable. You can't explain it. You can't make no sense out of it. Real talk. But back to what we was talking about, the Pan-Africanism movement is a failed concept. Now, if you look at one of your Pan-Africans that I went at because they bought up Tariq's place, everybody took that out of proportion. The reason I went at this brother is because he started mentioning Tariq. He started mentioning Tariq's museum, and I was disappointed. I'm not really messing with that person anymore. I put the video on Patreon because I don't be beefing with people. I made my point because it had nothing to do with me. And he didn't do nothing to me. But as the commander in chief, I felt like if you're supposed to be a general, you out of order, you got to get demoted or you got to be kicked out this military because now you're on some petty little girl stuff. Like, why is you bringing up Dude's Museum and all of that? And it's because your Pan-African, pro-Black historian, scholar, all that's dead in the water. That's over with. So now you're doing gossip, anything just to get views on YouTube. You ain't really standing on nothing no more. You ain't standing on nothing. You done turned girly. Now, mind you, a lot of these Pan-Africans, they really wasn't no gangsters. They really wasn't no real military dude. They was nerds. So these is nerds that really didn't have no type of street sense. A lot of them, they had jobs or went to school, went to college or something. And then they started getting into Pan-Africanism and scholarship from the nerd side, but tried to take on like a Fred Hampton type image when they really wasn't about that. They really wasn't no revolutionary, but and they used to mix everything together. So when you look at a lot of these Pan-Africans, they all over the place. They RBG one minute, they're revolutionary the other minute, the next minute they're a scholar. Wait a minute, you can't be no soldier and no scholar, bro, stop. Because they trying to find any type of pro-Black lane to get in, and they switch from lane to lane to push a Pan-African ideology that has failed. And now, once the ideology has failed and they have put so much into it, their pride won't let them say that it failed. a lot of them got so much content built around that they don't do it. So that's why there'll be a revolutionary, but then promoting ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt ain't got nothing to do with revolution or RBG or standing on no type of liberation. So they try to mix Fred Hampton with Dr. Ben. That's how you know they fraudulent, because that don't even go together. Okay? Black historian type stuff don't go together with revolutionary militants. That ain't the same thing. So they troll anything black, right, to try to look black, and they'll use Pan-Africanism as one of their many faces of black. It'd be fraudulent. And even when they see Pan-Africanism never gonna go nowhere, they got too much pride to bring their people updated information that can help their people today. And then when you see a Pan-African that's basically a foundational Black American that's finally been here, and you see them forsake everything that they have to deal with here and be talking about some old Egyptian history and some old nonsense in Africa, that person is a fraud and a failure and is a traitor and is a rat. Because for you to be a general, you have to be the general of the army you with. You cannot be the general of no army in another area. You got to be a general. If you in Detroit or you in the United States, you got to be a general to those people. And if those people come to you and say, general, leader, we want reparations, you're supposed to say, okay, let's do that. But instead, you know that reparations and delineation destroys your old bootleg concepts. So now you hurt, you know what I'm saying? Your panties is tight. And so now you want to lash out because everything you stood on is washed up. But you've been washed up 4 years after you got into it. You've been washed up and you ain't been really standing on nothing. These Pan-Africans, revolutionaries, is bootleg, frauds. They are not standing on the original principles of being a revolutionary. They are frauds. All movement of revolutionary starts with self. And the first thing is get rid of your slave name. So if you steal Elliot with your mama and them last name, you're not a revolutionary. No revolutionary passed down a name that they family got through slavery down to their children. You bootleg. You're using a fake name. You're not, that's not your name. The Black revolutionary concept is your name is whatever the police call you. If you're in the car with me, we get pulled over. And if you calling yourself some type of General Sarah something, and we get pulled over and they call you Elliot, you bootleg. You're not Malcolm Malik Shabazz. You could not call him Malcolm Little. So you're not standing on Malcolm. You fraudulent. You was a bootleg revolutionary scholar, RGB, all over the place. They'd be revolutionaries, they'd be Black power, they'd be scholars, they'd be Pan-African, they'd be lecturers, because they got to jump around and have all these different identities. Look at RBG. How long that's been dead in the water? You heard RBG anytime recently? Where's all the RBG dudes? Gone. There is no more RBG. Where? You ain't heard RBG since they locked up the black dude for pointing the weapon at the FBI, the fake dude that sucked them all into following that that organization. Ain't no RBG. So now you want to be half historian. You can't be a revolutionary, talk about ancient Egypt. Revolutionaries talk about now. You ain't going to see Fred Hampton Jr. talking about no ancient Egypt or nothing. Chairman Fred is talking about what we got to do now. That is a revolutionary. Chairman Fred is a real revolutionary. This other guy, this Sarah guy, is bootleg. He not none of that. He not none of that. Dead Prez was bootleg. I seen Dead Prez at Joe's and looked like they had been smoking rocks. With all due respect, I ain't saying they was. I just said they looked like crackheads. I ain't saying they was. They looked like crackheads up there. Hold on. Hold on. Don't nobody really want this work. Let's take a break. And I am going to be getting Chairman Fred over here for an interview. I'm going to be working on that next week. I'm going to run him down. I'm going to go holler at him. I'm going to get him over here and interview Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., right? So I'm going to get him over here. That's the homeboy, too. And I got to talk to him. I haven't talked to him yet. But I got to talk to him because Chairman Fred, we're going to talk a little revolutionary now. My connection to Chairman Fred goes through his father. So Fred Hampton was always special to me in my life as a shorty. You got to understand, Fred Hampton is older than me, right? So Fred Hampton was 10 years older than me. He was born in 1948. I was born in 1958, right? So you got 48, you got 58, 68. So when you get to 1968, Fred Hampton is 1920 and he's pushing the line. I'm 10 years old, right? I'm 10 years old. It's the black and I'm proud era. I'm old enough now to start seeing what's going on in the world. Now, how I got connected to Fred Hampton is I must have been about he was unalived in 69. In 69, I'm 11, right? I'm 11 years old. I'm moving around through the community and like the 6th or 7th grade, right? So me and my brother in Jefferson High, rest in peace, we call him Fifi. We walking down 117th Street. We down by Troop, Elizabeth, somewhere down there. And as little boys, when when you walk, you had to keep your eyes open for the lynchmen gangsters or the Blackstones. And when you see the gangs, you run the other way before they see you. But what happened is this the street, and we like right here, and the gang dudes hit the corner, and it was too late to run because you had to keep it solid. So now we too close on them to run. They right there, and they could catch us. We too close, they could catch us. So we suck it up. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me get the facts right. I'm trying to see how old. So you like 11, 12 years old. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, this is 6th grade. So this is probably happening around the 6th or 7th grade. So I'm like 12 or 13. I'm like 12 or 13 years old. And rest in peace to Fifi. So me and Fifi, we walk and they hit the corner. Boom. Like 5 of them get around me. 5 of them get around him. And you can hear him over there explaining. And you can hear me explaining. They're like, you got some money? I'm like, no, I ain't got no money, I got a little change. And they like, run that. You know what I'm saying? Dude, hit me in the chest. Boom! Run that. Well, this is like a rite of passage type thing. So I brush it off. Hey, wrong mistake. But you know what I'm saying? What else could I do? I got to keep it gangster. I'm scared, but I can't let them know I'm scared. So when he's still on me, boom, I brush it off. It really didn't hurt. I'm probably finna get punched up a little more. They wouldn't really hurt us too bad. So I hear the brother say, oh, is that David? And they just froze. And it's like 9 to 11 dudes. So this dude come, they all freeze. It says that David. And this dude come and he tell the brothers, what y'all doing? And they're like, we ain't doing nothing. He said, leave them alone, like that. And they all just left us alone. When he said that, he just said, leave them alone, and walked off. And they left us alone. And one of the dudes say, that's David. He a Black Panther. That was my first time having a close encounter with a Black Panther, but it tripped me out how he didn't even have to stand there. He said, leave them alone, and walked off, and they dissipated. 11 dudes is just one dude. So I'm like, who the hell is the Black Panthers? So from that point, I became very much a supporter of the Black Panthers because this brother was standing on something. So I started watching them from then, and then Fred was gone, right? So now when Fred was gone, I'm watching all this in the news. This is my early Blackness, how I got like this. Like I've been like that since 10 with Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud and all that, and being born in the 58, that means I'm growing up in the 60s. And if you're born in 58, by the time you get to 1965, you're 7 years old. So I'm born in the Black Power era. In the middle, I'm there taking it in as a shorty. So from that experience, that made me lock in with the Black Panthers. And I just watched the Black Panthers. So now, once Fred was gone, Chairman Fred is a baby. So I'm older than Chairman Fred because I'm like 12 or something, and he a baby. Right? Hold on. Chairman Fred is 55. See what I'm saying? He born in 1969, that same year. Right? He's 55. And I'm 67, finna be 68. So I'm older than him. But I'm on this because I'm a young revolutionary, early pro, you know what I'm saying? So when Chairman Fred got grown and went to prison, I'm watching, I'm trying to keep up with what's going on with him because his daddy is like my hero. Now, these is real Black power, not no bootleg, half scholar, half Black power, half comedic historian. No, they just died. Black power, period. No justice, no peace. They not doing this little bootleg thing where you just clamp into anything to try to look Black. And none of the stuff you clamp into, none of it make no sense. Even the Black Panthers today, they interested on what's going on with us here. Here, they not really tripping over Africa and all that. They see what's going on, but their whole movement is based on foundational Black Americans and what's going on here in the U.S., what's going on in Mississippi, what's going on in Georgia, what's going on in the penitentiary system here. That's Black power. A Black power is standing on your business where you're at. And history is only used to teach what's going on with you now. Not to just be fantasizing over no stuff all over the place and you all over the place. They not Pan-Africans. They support brothers and sisters in the struggle. But the Black Power movement is not Pan-Africans. Not at all. They support revolution wherever it's at, but they're not Pan-Africans. They don't teach going to Africa. You ain't gonna never hear Chairman Fred talk about going to Africa. Never. He not talking about that. And all these shows people calling in is foundational Black Americans. They got family in the prison system and talking about things going on with us right here. Here. Not no fake where you Black power and you Pan-African. Those don't go together. Pan-Africanism is like the 90s or something. Black power is the 60s. Black power had nothing to do with Africa. Black power had something to do with grow your natural hair, grow your afro out, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. Standing up against police brutality right here in this country. That's Black power. But now you got people 1 foot in Pan-Africanism, 1 foot fake Black power, fake historian. You can't be all that. You can't. Those don't go together. That's a fact. Those do not go together. Black power does not go together with historians. And what happened a billion years ago in Kemet? Black power is about now. It'll use examples of Emmett Till and stuff like that, but it's about Black power now. Seizing power economically, emotionally, historically. socially, power, in the school system, in the business, with the jobs, in our neighborhood, controlling our property. So they can't gentrify our property. That's what black power is. How you black power? You ain't talking about gentrification. You ain't talking about nothing going on here. You talking about some old videos about ancient Kemet 1 billion doggone years ago. And even as a Kemetic revolutionary, we only deal with today. We don't care nothing about no old ass Kemetic stories. We don't care nothing about that. When you see somebody trying to carry themselves like a pharaoh, like a Seti, a Sarah, and you see them worshiping other pharaohs, they boule. That's not, pharaohs don't worship nobody but they self. It ain't no real pharaoh give a damn about no old pharaoh. Facts. That's not leadership. Leadership only worry about their position as a leader. And once I become a mayor, all these pictures of the old mayor, take them down. Once I become the Pharaoh of Kemet, all these old pharaohs is out of here. I don't care what they said. I don't care what they did. I might give them some props if it's my daddy, depending on if my daddy is what I'm on. If my daddy was on something I didn't agree with, I'm not even, my daddy can go to hell. That's real. That's, man, these dudes ain't standing on no ancient black history at all. And ancient black history, the old chief is out of here. The old king is out of here. The old president, gone. The old pharaoh, gone. They don't do no history. They do, we're going to build a dam in the future. We're going to do this in the future. The future, the future, the future. There is no leader that deals with the past. None. None. No, it didn't. It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with Africa. None at all. Nothing. Zero. And this guy, this Sarah guy, he a baby. He needs to stay in a baby's place. He was not here. He was some dude looking for a way out, following his uncles and Dr. Ben and them, and that was it. Repeating some old ass history that didn't do nothing for Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben gave all his books to the Nation of Islam. While exposing Islam as not being an original teaching. Facts. Facts. While exposing Islam as not being an original teacher, and then passing away and giving your books, right, to the Nation of Islam is bootleg. Straight up. Facts. Gave all his books to the Nation of Islam. But in this book that I had autographed, he broke down how Islam is just a grandbaby. That everything started with ancient Al-Kebulon, and out of ancient Kebulon was born Christianity, Judaism, and then Islam. Islam is the grandbaby. It's the grandbaby of Christianity. And Christianity is the baby of ancient Kemetic teachings in Africa, ancient African teachings. But he ended up giving all that information to the Nation of Islam, who's going to bury it because you think the Nation of Islam is going to show people information that shows them to be a copy? This is your boy's leader, whose daddy was a Hebrew Israelite and got chased out of Ethiopia for being on the wrong side of things, and came in, bought Ben, and Ben was raised as a Hebrew Israelite and then flipped to a Muslim and gave his book to the Nation of Islam, where they could destroy all the information that shows the real history of Islam and how Islam was made out of Judaism and Christianity. You think they're going to show that? This book was not good for Islam. It showed Islam as something somebody made up way later. Why would you give all this information to the Nation of Islam? So now you got this dude barking like he's some type of big time general or something, but he won't expose that because he's not going to expose nothing that goes against all the fraudulent stuff he was taught. He's going to hide that stuff. And I like hollering and beating on the check. He's not even like that. We ain't going to get into that part. He not like that. He not really outside like that with the ghost and the goblins like that. He not me. He not grimy like that. He ain't built like that. I did 4 months in the Cook County Jail. I'm an anomaly on my cell. I got a couple different characters. I'm choosing to be on one side, but I ain't on that. That stuff is bootleg. You understand? So anybody you see now, all of a sudden, they want to push Pan-Africanism. They want to push Black Power. They wasn't pushing nothing, right? They wasn't pushing nothing until FBA. They wasn't pushing none of that stuff. All of a sudden, we finally get to somewhere where we can try to get some economics and get some governmental power, some economic power. When we finally really put our finger on what we got to do in this country to survive right here, now here you got all these Pan-African Black Power dudes coming out the woodwork, hating on reparations and FBA. They ain't fall in line with it. They start pushing these alternative ideologies that been dead. Black Power and Black Revolution RBG been dead. That stuff been buried already. RBG, Black Power, Black Revolutionaries already had a funeral, already been cremated. Been washed up. Been washed. But they see us trying to do something, and here they go. Here they go, running a play when they see we trying to do something. Now that we trying to do something for our people, here they want to try to resurrect their old washed up philosophies. All that stuff washed. Been washed up. Washed. Washed up. Now they see us pushing lineage. Now they see us pushing excellence. Now they see us trying to identify ourselves for our children, for something to get us. And now here they all go. Here they go. Now, here go the Moors running their mouth. The Moors ain't been on nothing. Been washed up. Moor science been washed. It's over. It's over. So now everybody want to try to jumpstart these old bootleg ideologies at the expense of their own people. That's what they doing. They see you getting some shine, and here they all go. Soon as they see foundational Black Americans is making some move, growing, here go the Sarah dudes and all them like little leeches, leeching on to their own people, slighting their own people, ain't getting in line, ain't pushing it, trying to push some old washed up stuff they said that been washed. The Sarah dude, he only lasted 4 years. He's gone. He never was a general because he was following young Pharaoh. Generals don't follow nobody younger than them, ain't got nothing. So I know he ain't trying to talk to me. I'm not him. I'm not following you. You a little boy. Sarah's a little boy. Just because he followed somebody with lower rank than him don't mean I'm going to do it. He followed young Pharaoh. He went out of rank and file. He was supposed to be ranked. He was ranked over Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the general. He was a private or corporate or something. And he followed that boy right off the cliff. And still today, just trashing Elijah, same old tired play, trashing Elijah like that's going to get us somewhere. What we going to get from trashing Elijah Muhammad? Show me how that benefit foundational Black Americans today. Show me what my grandson going to benefit from me doing video after video trashing the Nation of Islam. Show me the benefits. Because a lot of people would say, that's girly. That's feminine. That's what a lot of people would call that feminine. That's what they would call it. Because it don't serve no purpose. It ain't going to benefit us if we agree with that. It's not going to move nothing forward for us. Talking about the Nation of Islam back to back to back to back. No, he can't. He ain't even changed his name like Elijah taught us. Elijah was the one taught us, don't keep them slave names that he keeping. He not even, you're supposed to surpass Elijah. You still got a slave name. You still got a slave name. How you going to criticize somebody that went further than you? Keep it real. I just ain't said nothing because I don't be beefing. I'm just doing this to teach y'all so y'all don't be misled. But if your name Elliot and you still got a slave name, you can't say nothing. You ain't even stand on none of the principles we was standing on. You ain't even standing on none of the basic principles. You still carrying that name. You're going to give your children the slave name. These dudes don't even really be real revolutionaries. They be bootleg. That's why they revolutionary, historian, lecturer, selling old videos with AI pictures of ancient Kemet and all bootleg stuff. A bunch of AI pictures of ancient Kemet. Like make-believe, like cartoon comedic teachers, like fake cartoon. Come on, bro. At what point you're going to use a bunch of old AI pictures to teach on real comedic history? Like, y'all got to stop listening to people like this and X them out the circle. If they ain't standing on reparations, they got to go. They traitors. They got to stand on here and now. All you old Pan-Africans, y'all been washed. It's over. It failed. Deal with it. It had a chance to try to resurrect in the 80s and the 90s, and it failed. It's over. Cromwell couldn't do it. Garvey couldn't do it. What make you think you could do it? What make them think they could do it? When all these dudes failed. They failed. It's over with. While Henry Sylvester Williams is credited with organizing the first Pan-African Conference in 1900, the movement's intellectual roots lie in the work of Martin Delany, Alexander Crummell, and Edward Blyton, with W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey also playing pivot roles in shaping the ideology. These new Pan-Africans ain't even taught our people who Martin Delany is. Don't teach who Alexander Crummell is. Don't teach who Edward Blyton is. I'm the one that made videos to even teach our people who these brothers are. These bootleg Pan-Africans don't even teach the history of Pan-Africanism. How many black people know who Martin Delany is? How many black people know who Alexander Crummell is? How many people know who Edward Blyton is? And Martin Delany, he came up from the Virgin Islands, I think one of them islands. As soon as he got here, he went to Liberia because he didn't want to be 12 years a slave. He felt like they would catch him and put him into slavery. Facts. It's 2025. I got grandchildren. I am 67. I'll be 68. I've been knowing about Pan-Africanism now for like 48 years. It'll be 50 years I knew about Pan-African, and it never done nothing. How phony would I be to bring out a concept that failed in my lifetime and have y'all waste 50 years in y'all lifetime for something that failed? Pan-Africanism has failed in Cyrus Seti's lifetime. He don't got the decency enough to teach y'all something else. He wants y'all to follow something that ain't gonna never pop off. It's never going to happen because we're nowhere close to the black people in Africa identifying as Africans. They are not Africans. And how could you have Pan-Africanism with some people that don't even identify as Africans? It's straight foolishness. At this point, it's grifting, making money off of people's emotion, selling them that they Africans to get them emotional to buy your junk and to watch your garbage videos. Basically, it's grifting. Basically, Dr. Umar used Pan-Africanism. That's how he stole all that money, allegedly. All that money that people sent Dr. Umar was sent under Pan-Africanism, that he was the prince of Pan-Africanism. Y'all got to understand that when you get to around the 80s, young black people are getting some disdain for the church. They seeing that the church collected a lot of money, but never put none back in the community. So the new grifters made black consciousness the new church. They just moved it from Jesus and all that into whatever. So when you get up to the Sonetta TV era, they just lumped all that stuff as the black conscious community. Islam, Hebrew Israelites, Pan-Africans, historians, they just lumped a bunch of stuff that don't go together under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism and made it a church, made it a religion. Pan-Africanism today is a religion. It's a false, fake religion from people that don't want to be Christians, but they want to make up something. The Moors are a religion. We already know the Hebrew Israelites is a religion. We already know the Nation of Islam is a religion. They have religiousized black people's struggle. That's why you can't point your finger at what these people is. 1 minute you RBG, that fall off. Nobody know what you is. You don't have no identity. You all over the place. There's no clear description of black power, which really black power would mean you would have to put economic in. You would have to be black economic power, because without no economics, there's no power. Show me a black power preacher that's trying to help us build any economics. No, these black power preachers trying to get you to buy their junk. They trying to make the money off of black power. They not really trying to push black power and put us in no position to make our own money. Black power would be conversations about opening your own gas stations, opening your own stores, opening up your own restaurants, eating plant-based food so you don't get sick, so you don't have to give your money back to the European medical system. That would be black power. Because if you're sick, you're weak, right? All right, so if you're sick and you're weak, how is that black power? Black power would be eating right, exercising, working out, creating your own schools, taking over the Board of Education. These are the type of conversations a real black power person would be having. Would no black power person be talking about what happened in Ethiopia and Egypt 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago? And they sure wouldn't be over there reporting what happened with this person in the news and that, doing modern day gossip to get views on YouTube, just saying any old thing and trying to uphold a image to basically keep pimping old, washed up, black power, RBG ideology, old and washed up. Totally. All that stuff is washed, been washed. They ain't standing on nothing like that. They done took the brothers' information and then watered it down. Watered down the brothers' information. And made a mockery out of it. That's what they did. They took the brothers' information and made a mockery of it. Ain't teaching nothing. Ain't trying to repeat what was done. They ain't pushing this. This is what the Black Panthers was doing. How use a black power or whatever, you ain't pushing nothing on nothing that could do nothing for nobody. You ain't even showing people the real history on what we need to be doing today. You let these people hide what the Black Panthers was really doing. Y'all ever notice ain't nobody showed y'all these pictures of what the Black Panthers was really doing? All these black power. You notice they not showing the real works? So our people really know the real history on what we got to do now under these circumstances, that we got to feed our own children. We have to put groceries together for our own people. They ain't showing none of that. They ain't showing nothing, no real works or motivating our people to do nothing. They not motivating our people. They ain't teaching people nothing. They pandering. They just pandering. They ain't teaching nobody nothing that can help nobody do nothing. Okay? We need to be really raising food. We need to be getting food together for our people. Okay? We need to be making sure our people can eat, that our people can take care of themselves. That's what we need to be doing. All that other fake COINTELPRO information is bootleg. And you follow these brothers, and these brothers have you saying something, and then you mess around and saying the wrong thing. And guess where you end up? You end up just where Chairman Fred ended up. That's where you're going to end up. And the people that's telling you all this, hollering all this black power stuff, ain't going to say nothing. Going to keep it PG. They ain't stepping on nothing. Trying to get you to jump out the window. Let me tell you something. When somebody get out here and get a radical page on YouTube and they doing some fake black power stuff, all they doing is gathering information for the FBI. Everybody to go follow that page is going to be under investigation. Because you got a bootleg dude pretending he a revolutionary, and then you a real revolutionary, and you follow him, and then they take down all your IP address. That's why you don't see me push revolution or nothing that's going to put y'all in danger. That's why you don't see me talking all that fake black power stuff. Because anybody get on this social media talking black power is probably an agent or stupid. I'd rather show you something like this, how we could put some food together, how we could do something constructive. I'd rather push that. Yeah, Pan-African panhandling. I ain't even standing on business in America, but talk about Africa. How I'm gonna talk to y'all about Africa when I ain't doing nothing here in America or pushing no line in America for black Americans to get themselves together? If you can't push no line for reparations for blacks in America, you sure can't help Africa because you're a rat and a sellout. You don't show no leadership. As soon as you heard reparations, you were supposed to jump on board. No. These brothers didn't jump on board. They got jealous because somebody like Tariq getting a lot of attention and they ain't getting none. When Tariq go live, thousands of people over there. When Dude go live, it's just a few bootleg people over there, and you can believe some of them is federal agents over there watching, talking some old washed up black power and black conscious trash. You understand? And you don't know who you talk, like Pandemic. I don't know who you is. Wakanda. Boy, believe, look, Wakanda. Now, who gonna follow somebody that talk about Wakanda? I got some red, black, and got some old pretty looking thing trying to look super black. And let me tell y'all something. And 3 years from now, you're gonna be able to find this person. I've been there. These be bootleg people. They pop up and they disappear. That man got no real, this person ain't got no real history doing nothing for black people. This a Johnny come lately or be gone tomorrow. At what point you respect somebody hiding and scared? Y'all gonna listen to a pro-black dude with a fake name that's scared, that's too much of a chump to show their identity? Y'all gonna listen to him? This really Pharaoh with his real face. Who is this? This could be some Chinese dude to anybody. Who gonna listen to Pop Pandemic? How you talking real with a fake account? Bro, get out of here. A fake account, fake pro-black page, no real identity, ain't really standing on nothing, talking crazy. To get you to say it with your real face in your real stuff. But that's pop pandemic. Standing on something with a pretty revolutionary page. Ain't standing on nothing. You got Bob Friday, that person ain't standing on nothing. He's somewhere right, getting ready to go eat some fried chicken and fries. He ain't on nothing. You don't even know. That's why X changed it where you could go see who's sending all that stuff out. They had somebody sending out black men and black women arguing. And when now that Elon Musk exposed, it's a white lady pretending she a black man and pretending she a black woman arguing back and forth with each other. And it's a white European lady. Elon make it so you can see who these people are. That's a good thing. All these social media need to let us see who these people are. There should be a way we can go and see who you are. Because it's totally unfair for you to see my face and see who I am, but I can't see your face and see who you are. Then you ain't gonna be able to be no fake general. You're gonna have to be who you are, the real bootleg person you are. You ain't gonna be able to be no fake general. You're gonna have to use your real name. You feel me? You ain't gonna be able to be no fake. You ain't gonna be able to do the fake stuff. Because now these people, they could be fake. You know what I'm saying? Talking fake stuff. You ain't gonna be able to do that no more. You're gonna have to come on here and you're gonna have to be Elliot Blount, okay? Talking to Big Pharaoh El-Aton versus Elliot Blount. So I could do you dirty and show you ain't standing on nothing. You still got a cotton picking name, which I ain't against having a cotton picking name. I ain't against you having your family name. But don't be talking like you that. Just stay in your lane and be a regular person. That's all. I got family members still got the family name. But don't be trying to say revolutionary, or don't be trying to stand in line with Malcolm or nobody like that. Definitely don't disrespect Elijah Muhammad when he made bigger changes than you made. Elijah Muhammad taught us to get our original name, to open up stores, to open up our own businesses. It's just real suspicious that it's a pro-black dude and he just constantly beating on Elijah like that. All the great things Elijah put on the table. Some man born in the 1800s, and you trying to hold him to 2025 standards, but you say you a scholar. Ain't no scholar gonna trash no brother's ideology that was born in the 1800s. Elijah was born in the 1800s. He did good, consider it. Come on, bruh. Come on. Especially nobody that followed young Pharaoh. I remember calling this dude, telling him, stop, what is you doing? He followed the younger one. That ain't no general. You ain't no general. You follow the shorty. Shut your ass up and get off this internet. I'm trying not to do you super dirty and give you a whole expose, because I don't think that's no good for the community. But I got to teach these people, don't listen to you. You bootleg. You not that. You not that on a revolutionary. You not that on the streets. You not that, bro. You really not that. You was a good working dude that started taking trips to Egypt and became a scholar. You never was that. You never was about that real revolution. You never was that. I know your whole history. You jumped in where it was an open hole for that, and then it fell off, it dissipated. And then you had the polites. Young Pharaoh kind of got off track. I think somebody gave him some substances and everything crashed. and your career was over. Career is over. And now you trying to sell something while we trying to get money. We won't give a damn about, listen, man, I definitely represent Kemet. I don't give a damn what happened in Kemet a long time ago. Because what happened in Kemet a long time ago, while Arabs control North Africa now, is irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, you can make all the videos you want about ancient Kemet, but Arabs control it now, defiling our ancestors, digging up our tombs. Now, ain't no general ignoring that conversation to talk about what happened way back with Tut. That ain't no revolutionary, and you ain't standing on business on what's happening in Kemet today. You got no videos about that? Come on, that's bootleg. That's why I don't do revolutionary content. You know why I don't do revolutionary content? Because I would be in the midst of people like SETI and them, and I would get unalived and they would still be alive. Facts. That's why I don't mix with them. That's why you don't see me do revolutionary stuff or none of that, because I don't mix with these bootleg revolutionaries that's like a small percentage, right? But won't cross the line, and then you get out there, cross the line, and you get unalived, and they still be selling bootleg Kemetic trinkets and stuff like that, still be half talking, and you'll be gone. Because he ain't going to cross that real line. He playing. That's all fake. And now that he mentioned Tariq, and it looked like he's trying to step on FBA, I got to smash him in the ground. Bro, you bootleg. And all of your followers that following you, they're going to leave once they get tired of hearing that fake, repeated, fake Pan-African stuff. They only going to listen for so long, they're going to be gone. Ain't nobody going to listen to that. People got bills to pay and stuff to do, and they're going to realize you just paying your bills talking that. You just trying to get views. You ain't standing on you ain't no real black gorilla like that. Boy, get out of here. You don't even got the complexion to be super black like that. Now, I ain't going to even get into that, because brothers and sisters is what they is, but I can tell you, a lot of these brothers that's real light-skinned, they blacker than everybody. Don't never trust no real light-skinned brother and sister that's super duper black, because they trying to make up for that. Basically, how you look like that and you blacker than everybody. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, dude, sit your goofy ass down somewhere. They're not honoring you nowhere in Africa, bro. Nowhere in Africa, they gonna consider you an African. They'll barely consider me an African. You think they're gonna consider this dude African? Bro, you're not no African nowhere but in your mind. In the real world, you a mulatto. You got mulatto blood. That's cool. A lot of us do. But I mean, it is what it is. Stop talking super black. You're not even super black. You look crazy to me. Don't y'all get caught up into that. Stay away from Pan-Africanism. Stay on some business. Stay on FBA, reparations, building, starting businesses, eating right, taking care of yourself. Do not get involved with Pan-Africanism, because a lot of these people that's involved with Pan-Africanism, they like to dibble-dabble into revolution, and you're going to get caught up. They like, if you got 100% revolution, them dudes be like 25% revolutionaries. Then you go follow them, and you say some stuff that's like 75 revolutionary, and now the feds is watching you. Yeah, all that. All of that. Ain't none of that legit. And then he ain't even really built like that. He not that. The real problems, if we really want to get into something, is dudes in the streets is the ones really like that. If it get down to that type of situation when it comes to foundational Black Americans, a dude like that, he not that. He's a cornball. He ain't outside like that. I'm one of the few brothers that's conscious but be outside too. I'm like everything. I'm one of the few. By default, I didn't try to be like that. This is how my life turned out. I've always been a positive brother, but I've been outside for real. So I'm one of the few that's really positive Black and affiliated with gang culture and all that. It ain't too many. And I'm one of the few that brought the knowledge I'm bringing to y'all to gangs. Anybody in Chicago that really know that what I'm telling y'all, I used to be talking this to hardcore gang members. I would be saying the same. I would bring this to them. Every grand concept which doesn't include God shall be doomed and fail. I don't know, because some people, they colored God a certain color. So they God bootleg because their God is racist. So anyway, come back another time, because we don't know what kind of God you got. You know what I'm saying? Your God might be a God that promotes racism. We don't know your God. We don't know your God. And tell God we want our reparations. If God, you know what I'm saying? God got to do something. God can't just be God. All this stuff where you just let God be God and you don't make God do no godly stuff, we ain't doing none of that either. Either God make things happen or don't. And if God don't make things happen, then we take it that we on our own. Respect to God, but God letting us do our own thing. It look like God is like, do what you do. I made you a full-grown people. I gave you the ability to do what you want to do. You don't need my help. So the idea that God made you so inferior that you need God, that would be a stupid ass God. What kind of God would make you to need him? Do you raise your children where they need you forever? No, you raise your children so they can go and do their own thing. So if we the children of God, why wouldn't God make us where we could do our own thing? God would make us a cripple where we got to pray to God every day, all day, and we need God? Well, why our kids ain't got to pray to us every day and need us? Why do we raise our children to be independent? What kind of God would make you where you need God? That would be a stupid God, wouldn't it? Why would God make you where you can't do nothing without God? Wouldn't God make you independent? And why would God make you go pray to him every week and pay somebody? Why would God make you go to church and put money all the time to get with God? God charge you? And why God got all these houses, but it's homeless people everywhere? Because they say the church is the house of the Lord. Well, the Lord got a whole bunch of houses and homeless people everywhere. Shouldn't the Lord let people come stay in his house? I don't know. But it seems like if all these churches is the house of the Lord and people's homeless, the Lord got too many houses. The Lord should have one house, the house of the Lord. It can't be no whole bunch of houses of the Lord. The Lord got too many houses. The Lord is too many homeless people for the Lord to have all these houses. Why don't they have a morning service, collect money, and then have an evening service for the homeless people and give them the money, some of the money they collected from the morning service? I know they got to take some of the money to keep the church running, but why they don't never help the homeless? why the church is empty and can't nobody sleep in there? Why can't homeless people sleep in there at least some days? Okay, now, Saturday night, y'all got to get out because we got to get it cleaned up for church Sunday. And then y'all can come back Monday. Why you just got empty buildings and people outside cold when they could be in there getting soup and stuff like that and have somewhere to sleep, getting disinfected, making sure they don't got lice and parasites on them? Why they ain't doing that in the church? It's empty. Ain't nobody in there. All across America is empty churches until Sunday. Empty. Just a big old building just sitting there. That don't make no sense. And where's the church when it comes to our reparations? Knowing that the church played a big part in slavery and made money off of slavery. Because the church made money off of slavery. The white Christian church was involved in slavery. As a matter of fact, the Ku Klux Klan burned a cross, and they Christians. The Ku Klux Klan is Christians. It's a Christian organization. Facts. So you talk about God, but on money is saying God we trust. Why God name on money? Why they got God on the money? Listen, is having the word God on the money godly? That don't seem godly to have God written on money. When I look at a bill and it's saying God we trust, that don't look godly. To me, God wouldn't let certain people have $1 billion while other people starving. But I guess I gotta pray to God for God to fix this stuff. God's supposed to fix it on his own, ain't? And then God ain't married. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's up with God. Anybody ain't got no goddess. Where's his wife? Exactly. So the bottom line, y'all, is Pan-Africanism is a failed concept. For foundational Black Americans, we cannot keep thinking about Africa. We have to think about our own survival. We are in the belly of the beast. We're going to have to use all our energy to think about what we're going to do and how we're going to survive. No Africans are going to come to save us. We are on our own. Africans are coming here taking food off our plate and not putting nothing back. Look at the Somalians robbing Black tax dollars money only for themselves. Seriously. So Africa has got to be canceled. We're supposed to be spending our energy uniting amongst ourselves. We're not even united as Black Americans. We don't have ourselves together. We don't have ourselves together. So, I mean, what are we going to do? Because we sure don't have ourselves together. I'm trying to figure out where we got energy to be thinking about anybody else when we're in the belly of the beast. It's 1 billion Africans. They can take care of themselves. But what we going to do? How we going to help get rid of these gangs and our young brothers from unaliving each other? Ain't that what we should be focused on? Our own survival, our own housing, our own education, our own health care. Seriously. When you going to wake up, foundational Black Americans, and see all the other blacks coming trying to eat off your table, off what you built, without giving you any credit for your struggle to build it? Black Africans don't give us no credit for making it possible for them to come here. If it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for us, Black Africans can't come here. Black Africans can't come here if it ain't for us. They couldn't even come here. And they don't give us no respect. This is what our schools used to look like. Were no Africans here to help us upgrade our schools or nothing like that. Our own foundational Black Americans upgraded the school system for Black people so our children would have a decent place to go to school. But brothers out here constantly worshiping all these other Black African heroes. But what about Ida B. Wells? What about our own accomplishments, what we fought through here for all these other Black people to come over here? If it wasn't for this sister, there wouldn't be no schools for no Africans or no Caribbeans to go to. On God. If it wasn't for Ida B. Wells. Yeah, if it wasn't for Ida B. Wells, there would be no schools for you to go to. Yeah, that way. If it wasn't for Charles Hamilton, there wouldn't be no schools for Black people to come over here and go to. And you got brothers talking about they're historians and ain't taught y'all nothing about your own Black history and all your great Black accomplishments. They talking about what happened in ancient Kemet 15 billion years ago. They ain't telling you nothing what Thurgood Marshall did for us to have nice schools. I'm the only one. Tyreek tell you a lot of history, though. Let me give Tyreek his props. Tyreek Nasheed and Hidden Colors does a lot for us. Because our schools was raggedy. They sure were. Our schools were raggedy. And when we tried to go to a better school, they taunted us. And we had to have security for the baby to go to a nice school. They didn't want that baby to go to no nice school. They want that baby to go to this school. It was taxation without representation. They was taxing them, but they was taking all the money from these people at this school and giving it to this school. So they taking our money the same way they doing now. They take our money and they spend it in other people's community and don't spend it with us. That's where all our taxpayers go. All our tax go. Like O-Block, better known as Parkway Garden. O-Block was and probably still is owned by a company in Texas. So all of the tax money and stuff that Black people accumulate in O-Block goes to the owners in Texas. And then they file taxes and get the money. The Black people live there don't get nothing. Chicago don't get nothing because the owners ain't from Chicago. The owners are in Texas. Taking all that rent from Black Americans and filing taxes and getting a return on that money all the way down in Texas. These is facts. So right now we got taxation without representation in Black America. And a bunch of lame sellouts that ain't standing on business, that ain't teaching us nothing about our own recent history. What's going on right now. What Black men did for this country recently. You don't see these Black soldiers that went and fought for this country and came back and didn't get nothing? While some fool talking about what happened in Kemet a billion years ago, but we don't care nothing about Kemet, no ancient Kemet, bro, like that. We try to teach our young people and our people what's been going on in this country. What we've been through, what we fighting for. And Tyreek just happened to be one of the brothers at the forefront. But now you got this general, he got Tyreek's name all in his mouth. And then when I say something and put his name in my mouth, now he acting like a little girl. Bro, if you could dish it out, you could take it. You should have never brought up Tyreek and his museum, hating on FBA because Black power is washed. The Moor is mad because Moor's Science Temple is washed. It's done. Nobody's going to deal with that. It's over with. Whatever Moors you got, that's all you're going to have. Nobody's joining that. Nobody's dealing with Moorish science, period. It's over. It's washed. The Nation of Islam, washed. Done. It's over. It's done. Nobody's dealing with that. RBG, washed. Black power, revolutionaries, washed. Now we on economics. We on education. We on healthcare. We on eating right and taking care of ourselves. Nobody's doing none of that old, washed up stuff that brothers don't want to let it go. And they ain't teaching old ancient history, and people don't know nothing about this. They don't teach no recent history about what really happened to your great-grandmama and your great-granddaddy. You ain't teaching that. You're going to teach me about some dude back 200 BC, 300 AD. You ain't going to teach me nothing about these brothers and sisters. Talking a whole bunch of nonsense and talking crazy. And ain't even built like that. Can't even go outside with these gang members and stuff out there. You can't go outside with them like Big Pharaoh. I can go outside with the Crips and the Bloods and the GDs and BDs and Vice stores and back. So I go outside with them. Facts. Because I'm representing the community. I'm representing what's going on now with the shorties. I'm representing how they locking them up and using them for slavery in these penitentiaries, industrial penitentiaries, that's got our young people in there and making money off of them, got them working for free. Talk about that. On my soul. So look, I hope y'all learned something from that. All y'all stand on reparations. Stand on reparations. Don't let nobody turn you against reparations. Stand on reparations, because if we don't do it, who gonna do it? We the only ones that got social media and got enough. We can make more noise than anybody in Black history. Our past relatives couldn't make no noise. They couldn't get on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, Patreon, Twitch, kick. They ain't had the advantages we got to really get the word out here now. We can get the word out here. Seriously. We the first ones. We the first ones able to get the word out here. And we ain't tolerating no disrespect. We ain't tolerating nobody saying nothing slick. We ain't tolerating nobody saying nothing about nobody pushing it. Keep Tyreek's name out your mouth. It's going to be smoke. Because we're going to always give him credit for the title. He's not the leader of FBA, but he's the leader of pushing lineage. He's the first one that put lineage on the map. So they'd be constantly trying to disrespect dude, but without dude, we wouldn't be pushing lineage. So I give him the utmost respect. I feel like he's going to go down in history as a great man, and they're going to try to find all type of ways to trash his name now that he done got involved with something that's going to be historical. So they're going to be trying to find something wrong with him. Because now we own lineage and reparation. And the lineage part helps the reparation because you get your reparations based on lineage. And we're not doing no lineage back to Africa. Because we don't know none of our people back in Africa. But we know our great-grandmamas in them. We know our people in New Orleans. We know our relatives in Mississippi. We know our relatives in Alabama. I don't know no nigga in my family from Africa. I know my relatives. My daddy come from Decatur and my mama come from Uniontown and Birmingham. That's my history. Africa is my ancient DNA. I still respect my ancient DNA, but my ancient DNA ain't got nothing to do with 2025, 2026. To be able to survive 2025 and 2026, you're going to have to deal with your recent family. That go for FBA and Africans. If you are African from Nigeria, you're going to have to deal with the history in Nigeria back 100 years, 200 years. 500, 600 years don't matter no more. You're going to have to deal with the history that's connected to you now, which would be your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents, and your great-great-great-grandparents. That is your most important history today. Not ancient Kemet back in the second dynasty. That is irrelevant information that has no benefits other than just learning something just for the hell of it, but it's not going to be applicable. The only ancient history is applicable is history about how they made herbs, how they made medicine, stuff like that, how they grew food, agriculture. Those things are important. If you're a farmer, all history on farming is important. If you're into healing, all information on healing is important. But if it's not distinct for any of these type of traits or professions, then it's just nonsense. Knowing about some old African history is going to do nothing for you. And yes, Africa's a dead end, and ain't nobody standing on no continent that didn't come save us. If the Africans couldn't figure out how to buy ships and stuff to come save our people from slavery, then it is what it is. Stay your ass in Africa and deal with Africa. All of this, where you stayed your punk ass in Africa, watched us go through all this slavery. Wait till we got liberated. Wait till we become Dr. J. Wait till we become Michael Jordan. Wait till we become Kobe and LeBron. Now you're running over here, but you didn't come over here when it was smoke. You only came when you seen we survived. Imagine somebody kidnap you in Illinois and they take you to Indiana. And all your people in Illinois just sit there knowing that you are hostages in Indiana. And one day, your people in Illinois find out you're doing good in Indiana, then they come to Indiana. That's Africans. They sat their ass in Africa while we went through all that turmoil. None of the African kings did anything to come or do nothing. The only one ever spoke on us was Emperor Haile Selassie. Emperor Haile Selassie, the only one gave us land in Ethiopia and Shashamani and stuff like that, and spoke on us and came over here to see us. He the only one. Nobody else came to see us. Nobody. Nobody came to see us. Nobody spoke on us. Nothing. Nobody. They left us over here for dead. The Africans. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Then, when they seen we was doing all right, they ran over here. They started coming in the 70s like 90 going north. Oh, they survived? Oh, they doing good? Oh, rant over here. Didn't run over here with love. Rant over here hating. Ran over here hating. After they seen we survived. After they seen we was getting money. Now all these Nigerians over here, and I'm a kata. I'm all this stuff. Ain't smart, because you come to America with 50 million Black Americans and calling us names, and there's only a couple million of y'all, making it hard on your children. Why would you do that? Why would you come over here and create hate and make us hate you when you outnumbered? So it ain't even smart. You ain't even smart. None. You ain't even smart. And really, I don't see no benefit of Africans being over here. So if Trump throw them out, I don't see where we lost nothing. Nobody's going to stand up for you when they don't lose nothing. We don't lose nothing if you put every Somalian out. How does it affect us? No, it don't. Really, it's better for us. It's more opportunity for us because those people don't work with us. So it's not like I could say, oh, no, that's my partner. Africans are not our partners. We have no relationship with them. We don't benefit from them being here. We lose. They could pay them less. They can have them act in our movies as us and pay less. They can pay less for their actors. Then they have to pay Denzel and Wesley and them. No, they don't contribute nothing. Africans come and all they do is take. Their bodies over here, but their minds in Africa. And you can't trust nobody that's just here to use you and gonna run the same way they ran from Africa. Things get bad over here, they're gonna run from over here. We can't run. We're gonna have to stand here and fight. But Nigerian, Ghanaian, and all them, and all them East Africans, Ethiopians, and Somalis, they can run. They can run. When things get hot, they can run. They can run when things get hot. They can run. We can't run. We at home. And all these Pan-Africans like Sarah Seti need to go to Africa. Bro, if you watching Seti, you're worthless here. So says Big Pharaoh. You are worthless. You are bringing nothing to the table for foundational Black Americans. We will not miss you if you're gone. The Caribbeans too. Don't bring nothing to the table. The old school Jamaicans came and they was trying to deal with brotherly love. But by the time you got to the mid to late 80s, the haters came. And they only came over here to sleep with women and to take money, and they began to call us Yankees. They was not Rastas. They was fake Rastas. They was impostafarians. They were impostafarians. They was not Rastafarians. The real Rastas came early. And they just came because they finally came up here to make some money. But the rest of them came when they seen they could make money, but they had no respect for us. We've never really had any Blacks that came here to respect us, but a few Jamaicans did. I ain't gonna lie, a few did. And a few Ghanaians is cool. But typically most Black foreigners was nothing but leeches and parasites. That's why we don't have no relationship with them. That's why we don't have events with them. That's why they're not in our churches. That's why they don't live in our neighborhoods or live where we live to better where we live at. They go live in the white part of town. That's why foundational Black Americans don't marry no Nigerian women, but Nigerian men marry our women. Because they hide their women and they forbid their women to be with us. But they sleep with our women as much as possible. And many times you could see how they sold slaves. With all due respect, many times as a foundational Black American dealing with Africans, especially from West Africa, you can see that they would sell slaves. They move like people that would sell their own people. Real talk. You can see it. So when you got this fake general talking all this Pan-African stuff that ain't never gonna go to Africa, and based on the skin tone would never be considered no African, he's bootleg. Because ain't nowhere in Africa they're gonna honor him as no African. They're gonna say he's mulatto. Mulatto Akata. That's what they're gonna call dude. Dude ain't gonna be considered no African. He ain't got no East African features. So he gonna just be a mixed breed. They're gonna look at him as mixed. Hollering all that Black stuff about Africa. He can't go no Africa and he can get no respect in Africa. Where? What tribe gonna respect him? None. Just talking. And his information don't be accurate either on Kemet. I just been being nice. That stuff, that ain't no accurate information. That's a bunch of hogwash. Dr. Ben, I've seen him, but I didn't really like him. because it was a hustle. And he was only doing tours to teach about African history, to get people to sign up for tours to go to Egypt. So it was just a hustle to make money. He really didn't have no interest in our well-being. He just was pimping. He was just pimping history. For real. That's why I only went to see him once. I ain't go back. I was a shorty and I seen he was pimping. This is how he got them tours to go to Kemet. But he never really liked us like that. He ain't like us. You know, I was a young little revolutionary. So, you know, a lot of people, you know, even as a shorty, you know what I'm saying? I really wasn't never the one to play with. You see? I was never the one. I was never the one you could run that on me. I was always looking at people crazy. See what I'm saying? Because I was really standing on real revolutionary time. So, like I said, my leaders was like Fred Hampton and people like that. My leaders wasn't no Bob Marley or nothing like that. Not even Haile Selassie. When I started getting into that, Haile Selassie wasn't really my leader like that. I was on some other kind of time. You know what I'm saying? So I was around a bunch of Rastas, but they already knew what I was on. I was on what I was on. I'm from Chicago. I ain't from Jamaica. And I was just standing on a foundational Black American business way back then. I wasn't never changing up. I wasn't never doing no accent, and I wasn't never let nobody play with me. Because when I was in LA, I was hanging out with the Crips. I was in the Crip neighborhood slinging. And because I was a foundational Black American and Rasta was big, anytime I bumped into foundational Black Americans, they took me in because they was like, oh, we got a Rasta. So that's how come I was always so powerful, because brothers like, where you from? Oh, Chicago. Oh, so brothers like, we got a Rasta. I represented Black Americans Rasta. Fact. For real. Black Americans found Rasta. It was like, oh, damn, we got one. Like that. Facts. Anybody will tell you. Them people, them Caribbean brothers didn't really play with me. That's how I worked for all of them on South Central, because I was the only one could handle the Blacks in South Central. So that's why I was the worker. Because I was the only one they could come to that they would buy from me. And when I would work, they wouldn't give me no hard time. They would beat on the door. Doom, doom, doom. I'd be like, what's up? Now, this is a house where every day his Caribbean dudes was selling green. And one of the brothers hired me to do it. Now, I get paid $20 off of every 100, and they sell 1,000. So I'm making good money. So when they would knock on the door, boom, 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 I'd be like, what's up? As soon as I say what's up, it is in South Central. The whole vibe would change. And they would say, who that? Because they don't hear that accent. And I would be like, me, nigga. And they'd be like, who, me? And I'd be like, me, motherfucker. They'd say, all right, let me get 3. That's what I used to say. Oh, my God. Oh, my soul. That's what I used to say. As soon as they hear my voice, them Crips over there, they was rolling 60s. I didn't know that at the time. I found out later. This was over there where the head rolling 60s, you know, where the big brother, you know, got eliminated in prison, his territory, Tukey. This was Tukey's territory. I didn't know all that at that time. Found that out later. I was in Tukey's hood. And they would beat on the thing. I'd be like, what's up? And then they would just freeze and they'd be like, who that? I'm like, me, motherfucker. They'd be like, me, who? Me, motherfucker. All right, let me get 2. All right, boom, got you. All right, homeboy. So now everybody come to me. We making more money than anybody because the foundation of Black Americans is comfortable with me. That's sometimes they come be like, I'm short, man. I want to get 2, but I only got enough money for 1.5. I'll be like, I open up, see his face. All right, man, here. Matter of fact, here 3. Pay me tomorrow. Man, I got you, homeboy. Where you from, homeboy? I'm from Chicago. Yeah, Chicago, nigga. And they would bring me the money back. I would put it in the bucket for them, and then they bring it the next day. So now all of the Trinidadians, Jamaicans, Virgin Islands, they all wanted me to work for them. Everybody wanted me to work for them. Because when I'm working, you're making more money because you're in the hood. This is South Central. You're in the hood, you're on the block. And then I knew, I ain't going to say their name, but I knew the 2 brothers that ran the Crips over there. I knew their leadership. They lived across the street. I knew their leadership. That I met through my boy Golden Pharaoh. Rest in peace to Golden Pharaoh. He just recently passed away. But Gold was the one took me over there. He was from the Virgin Islands, but he was really extremely cool with foundational Black Americans. My brethren Gold. So Gold was extremely cool with foundational Black Americans. Cooler than Jamaicans was. This was my brethren, rest in peace to Gold. And Gold the one took me over there to the 2 brothers. I don't want to say their name, I don't know what they doing now. So Gold the one took me over there to the 2 brothers, and then he wanted to get some herb. And he said, come on, let's go get something for the chalice. And we went across the street, and he went to past a house, and in the back was a shack, and there was a bunch of brothers from the Caribbean selling herb. So then when I went the next time, that's when Methuselah, rest in peace of Methuselah, I think he got unalived in D.C. That's when Methuselah said, Ramesses, man, you want to work for me, man? I said, yeah, how much you pay? Like, you get 20 for every 100. And what it was is I would get 20 for every $100 I sell. So $80, I get 20. He get 8, I get 20. And if I sold, I could sell 6 for 50. So if you came with, no. Yeah, they was dimes. I could sell 6 for 50. So what I would do is when Methuselah would take a break, every time I sold 5, I would keep 1 and put the 50 up and tell him I sold 6 for 50. So if you get 2 and he get 3, I would keep 1. But I tell them I sold 5 at one time, but really I sold 2 and 3. So by the time he come back from break, I done stashed about $200 worth. When he go on the next break, I sell my 200 off. And then he paid me like 400 or whatever. So I make like 600 a day. You know what I'm saying? That's good money in the 80s. Man, I'm coming home. My queen see all that money, she getting wet. But the feds started trying to kick the door in and chasing us, so I stopped going. I ended up working at a reggae record store. Because the feds kept kicking the door in, and I went to Juicy's to get some food, and the sister was in there, and she said, what you on, Ramesses? And I'm like, man, the police keep chasing me working for Methuselah. So she said, why don't you just come work for me? And I started doing that. This where I was working at when we took this picture with Dennis Brown and Lester Farrar and Bunny and all that. This is right after the police kept chasing me. This is probably like about 3 or 4 weeks after the police kept chasing me in South Central, in Tukey neighborhood. All real stories. But once again, rest in peace to my brethren, Golden Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? And all this is real history. I was really that. And no ifs and buts about it. I'm a legend in the game. Original foundational Black American dada. You understand? And I always represented what I was. I always represented Black Americans. I never did no fake stuff. I never had no accent. I ain't do none of that. But then I wasn't really just a Rasta. I was a comedic Rasta. I had made up my own stuff. I was representing Egypt and Ethiopia and Chicago. So I was kind of like, I made up my own stuff. Well, nobody wasn't going to do nothing because, pistol grip pump on my leopard 10. You know what I'm saying? I was a little gangsterish a little bit. A little. I was trying to be righteous. I was trying to change. It's hard coming out of Chicago and turn it to righteousness. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the book is going good, Elijah. The book is going real well. I will be out of town in a few weeks, knocking out the second half. So I'm gonna be out of town for 3 months, knocking out the first run through will be done. Then all I'm gonna have to do is go back and add the commentary. So we're probably looking at everything being finished. Let me see, March, April, May. We're looking at everything being finished like mid next year. It's taking me longer than most people, bro, because not only am I writing a book, I'm gonna be teaching young Black people how to do everything yourself. So not only am I writing a book, I'm not writing no book and going to sell it and no publishers give me no money. I'm starting my own publishing company. So I'm writing it, I'm going to get it printed, and I'm going to sell it. So it's going to be a lot I'm going to be teaching with the process because all these things I start, the energy it's taking me to find out how to do it allows me to put my daughters in the game, allow me to put my sons in the game, allow me to put my grandsons so they inherit businesses. They inherit publishing companies. So my children and grandchildren will inherit this publishing company. Also, y'all, it takes a long time to do something the first time. Then after that, so it take a while to get the first book. But once you get the first book done, especially if you're doing how I'm doing it, then, so I got like 4 or 5 more books. Those gonna be quick. All those books are really movies, but I'm not trying to sell a screenplay. I'm giving y'all a game. I dropped the book, then sell the rights to the book for a movie. And I'm writing different types of books. So this book is like an autobiography, but I also got novels, I got books, stories that didn't really have. I got like, I got some cold books. I got my book about the green plant that I got to finish too. They holding me up because I can't finish it till I find out if they're going to legalize it or not. Right now, I wrote it from the point of view that it's not legal. My children and stuff say, Daddy, why you don't release the book? I say, because I don't want to release no book talking about this like it's not legal, and then they legalize it. Now my book won't be no good. So I'll just do my other books and let that sit there until they show me what they're going to do. I thought they would have legalized it under the Obama administration. They didn't. Now I'm thinking Trump going to do it. Don't look like he's going to do it, but they are going to legalize it. Then I'm going to knock that one out. I think I got about 200-300 pages on that one. That one is crazy. I got the whole marijuana history on that one, all the way back. I don't want to say too much because people steal your ideas, but man, that one there. But I'm working on this one. This going good. This one's going to be good, though. So I'll be having the cover design when I get back from out of town. But I'm gonna be going live, but I'm gonna be out of town doing lives for three months. Hopefully. Well, it might be longer because I might go and I might fly back to take care of some business for like a week and go back. So I might be out of town for 6 months. But I will be back and forth. But I'm definitely going to be going live from another location because I got to get out of my office. I got to get away from the house. I got to get away from my office. And I got to go in another location where I ain't got to think about nothing but right. I'm going to shut all my websites down. So I'm going to shut Pay Black America's going to be shut down. Vegan Intel going to be shut down because I ain't going to be able to fill orders because the order's going to be at the office. And I ain't taking all that stuff with me. So I'm going to shut down, restock up the websites, rechange everything, then bust it back out. Sometimes you got to give up money to make money. Sometimes you got to think. So I'm going to shut that money down for a while to get the book done, then open that back up. I might open it sooner because I might get everything transferred to that location. So I might have 2 offices. So I might build another office in this other state because I'm expecting to be back and forth to this state for a while. So I might get everything I need to ship out orders in the other location so I can ship them out from here or there. So I might really just do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to knock out this other book for Vegan Intel too. And y'all should really subscribe to Vegan Intel. If you haven't subscribed to Vegan Intel, subscribe to Vegan Intel. I need like 100 more subscribers. So subscribe to Vegan Intel. Then we'll finish this conversation. So yeah, that's what's up with that. Make sure you subscribe to Vegan Intel. And as far as reparation goes, we are still pushing reparations, but we are pushing FBA because we need to deal with our lineage in order to make it easier to get reparations. We can't get reparations without lineage. Your lineage is what's going to trace you back to Jim Crow, slavery, and all of that. So right now, that's why we're spending so much energy on FBA and lineage, because reparations is going to be based on lineage. It's going to be based on the evidence that your family was indeed one of the families that suffered through Jim Crow and slavery and all that. And right now, the Trump administration is leaning favorably towards reparations. I don't know if y'all seen the white lady that worked with his administration talk about black people deserve reparations and how these immigrants from East Africa don't belong here. Have y'all seen that? Y'all seen that lady talking about we owe black people, we don't owe them nothing. Y'all ain't seen that? Man, that's deep. One of them white ladies that everybody keeps saying is a hater, she got a video saying them immigrants don't deserve nothing. All that's supposed to go to black Americans. Facts. And she said, we owe them. We don't owe these Somalians and we don't owe these Haitians nothing. I said, whoa. Yeah. Y'all seen that? Because I low-key always believed that Trump was for reparations. I always believed that low-key. But I really didn't vote politically. I was just voting for a woman. That's all. That's true. I was just voting for a female. I didn't care which female it was. Yeah, I didn't care. I didn't care which female it was. So that's why I'm not so anti-Trump, because I wasn't voting like everybody else anyway. I didn't have the same political motivations everybody else had. I was voting on some other stuff. That's too much to explain. My mind think different. So yeah, she definitely said that. Yeah, she said that. Yes, she said that. Yes. You could Google it right now. You're going to see it. She said, we owe black people. We don't owe none of these people nothing. The only people we owe is black Americans. We owe them. I see. But Trump said it too. Trump said that. Trump said that. Sure did. Trump said that. Sure did. Trump said that for sure. He sure did. He sure did. Sure did.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation.
Facts. So I'm not surprised she said that because that's the talk. Because they smart. And they know, smart people about money know that giving Black Americans reparations is one of the biggest stimulus you could ever give a country. Because we don't own enough businesses to spend the money with. So a lot of the money is going to really spark the American economy. Heavy. Garages being built, cement being laid, homes being remodeled. Not only that, with the amount of garages getting built, with the amount of homes getting remodeled, with the amount of cars going to the shop to get painted, they're gonna make a lot of money. They're gonna also have to hire a bunch of Black Americans to keep up with the workload. Also, Black Americans, businesses will be starting new businesses that'll make a lot of money. So it's definitely a win-win. Plus, a lot of Black Americans coming up through this situation is going to save a lot of money too. One thing about people that been broke, they become afraid to be broke again, and they not going to throw their money away. People that saying that people going to go throw that money away don't know the real psychology behind not having money. A lot of people is going to spend all their money, which is good. I feel like if I want to get my money and blow it all, I feel live your life. If that's what you want to do, by all means, go buy everything your heart desires. Live your life. Don't live your life according to nobody tell you should save your money. Tell them to save theirs. If you want to blow it, blow it. Blow it. If you want to blow it. But a lot of people ain't blowing that money. A lot of people going to buy big insurance policies for a fact. A lot of people going to buy big insurance companies going to make a lot of money, but there's going to be some big insurance policies. A lot of people going to be opening up trust and put money in trust. It will definitely stimulate the economy more than anything in the history of this country. One of the best things white America could do is give foundational Black Americans reparations. It's a win for everybody. It's definitely a win. So white Americans that don't look at it as a win ain't good at economics. If you white and you ain't for reparations for Black Americans, you slow. You don't know economics. How could you control most of the business in the country and don't want people to get a lot of money to come spend with your business? Well, you crazy? You know how much money you gonna make? White America, you know how much money you're gonna make plumbing, heating and cooling, concrete, building homes, building garages? You know how much money you're gonna make? You know how much tax dollars the city's gonna make? You know how much work the city's gonna want to get done? The city's gonna repave all their roads and everything, rebuild all their schools. I mean, the whole country gonna pop off. The whole country pop off. It'll be the economic turnaround America ain't never seen before. Because I know I'm taking, it depends on how much they give me some millions. I know right off the top, I'm taking 100,000 to the casino. The hell do I care? I'm going straight to the casino, first stop. I ain't spending no other money till I think about it, but I'm going straight to the casino, 100 grand. Because that way, I either going to have fun and give it back to the system or leave with 300 grand or leave with 150 grand. Most likely, I'm going to leave up. Most likely. Yeah, I'm going to need a box of Cuban cigars, and I don't even smoke. But the last time I smoked a Cuban cigar, it was so good. And it's going to be all the way up. Best thing America could do is give Black Foundation Black America reparations. And once they give Black America reparations, we will not be complaining about the past no more. That'll be water under the bridge. And no more crying about slavery. No more crying about Jim Crow. That'll be officially over. Debt paid, it's a wrap. Let's move on. Best thing the country could have did. You'll look crazy complain about slavery after reparations. Like, bro, shut up. You already got paid for that. Like, what you crying about now? And white America, you don't want to make that money? You crazy. I know if I was a white man, I sure want y'all to get reparations. Please get them reparations because you can't get no money if ain't no money out here. And so it's got to be money out here for you to get money. So no matter what you do, you could just be a bus driver. You could just be a cab driver. When they get them people that money, everybody gonna make money. Everybody. Everybody gonna make money. How could you be against everybody making money? Because economics go like this. You can't make no money unless there's some money to be made. And reparations would provide money to be made. So a lot of us going to get reparations and still make money. Because a lot of us going to get reparations and open a business that's going to get reparations money from people spending it. It's a win, 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 win. All the way around, economically. If you know anything about economics. There's got to be some money out here for it to be some money out here. And if they throw that money out there, that money going to be out there, baby. Now it's up to you if you can keep yours or make some more. That's on you if you're a loser and you just end up with nothing. That's because you're just slow. Because that type of stimulus could last easily 20 years. That's a 20-year stimulus before it could even begin to look like it's going to slow down. That's a fact. That's a 20-year come up for the country. I'm going to let y'all go, but this is the first thing. When you get your money, find out what you're going to do to have fun first for a little bit. Don't make no investment decisions for 90 days. For 90 days, sit still. You don't make good decisions when you first get money. You got to wait till you calm down. Don't invest for at least 30 days. I don't know. We don't be listening to nobody true warrior scholar because we don't really know if that's what you is. So we're not listening to you. Okay? Sounds like a you thing. Nobody's listening to that. Okay? Nobody's listening to you. You can't even prove you're a real warrior. But nobody listen to all that weirdo stuff like that. With all due respect, kind of, sort of, nobody's listening to you, bro. Listen, don't y'all get on that white folks this and white folks that. That's old, washed up philosophy. There's no such thing as white folks. That's the old loser. There's no such thing as white folks. There's no white folks. There's no general consensus between all white people. This is nonsense, okay? There is no white mentality. That's for people that ain't been nowhere. They ain't met nobody. That does not exist. People are still individuals. And a man in his family gonna think with his family. He not gonna try to think for white folks. He gonna think about his family and his children. He ain't think about no white folks. And when you hear brothers about white people this and white people that, that's all fake. Ain't no such thing as black people and white people. If you have white people, you would have black people. Why you don't? Then they say, well, black people don't stick together. That's why you don't got black people. Bruh, don't nobody stick together. What is you talking about? There is no Mexican people, not in the USA, or white people. In the USA, no. It's individuals. This is the USA. This the USA. It ain't none of that in the USA. In the USA, men are not led by race. They led by their women. What the woman want to do, what the family want to do. The woman has the bigger influence than the race. There is no white general consensus like that. They tried to push one with Charlie Kirk and people like that. You see how that turned out. White people got rid of him. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? So that's not real. Don't y'all buy into that. That's a bad philosophy. It'll have you lopsided. It'll have you think it's a group against you. There is no group of people against you. That's not true. And what a lot of people call racism is just people just doing for their own, which is nature. Nature is like that. So just because whites hire a lot of whites, it's not always racist. It's just nature. I had 3 dogs in Hawaii. They was Doberman and Great Dane mixed. And 2 of them was black, and one of them was a brownish red. They was brothers and sisters. And when the black one and the brown one was males, and the other black one was a female. When the black one and the brown one got to fighting, the black female helped the black male. Why? They dogs. How they know they different colors? I swear to God. They was brothers and sisters. The black male got to fighting the reddish brown male. The black female jumped in on the side of the black male. And they was both trying to hurt the brown male. It tripped me out. I was in my young 20s, maybe about 23, something like that. I was in Hawaii on the mountain. I couldn't believe it. And they was young. They was just got to that age of being vicious. They probably were number like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? They was young. They was vicious. That's the first time I said it was vicious. I said, dang, these dogs is vicious. But they weren't number like 6. They was puppies still. And they both attacked him. And I had to discipline them. Don't attack him like that. So it would never happen no more. Because if they would have been older, we might not have been able to separate them. They might have unalived him. It was vicious for some puppies. That's when I said, ooh, I feel sorry if you come up here on this land and they get you, boy. You're going to be out of here if they get you. They're going to go in a frenzy. But I never forgot. I was like, how did she know she was black? Like, she know the colors? Like, how'd she know to stick with the black one? That was deep. Anyway, foundational Black Americans, I'm finna be out here. Don't let nobody infiltrate us. Don't argue with nobody. Anybody against reparations, block them off your social media. Don't let nobody come in and disrupt what you're trying to push. You're looking for supporters. Anybody that'll come into your thing against you, block them, because what type of person won't just go and follow what they believe in, but will come and jump in something they don't believe in? Right then, you know those people are no good. In other words, if y'all was pushing reparations and I wasn't with it, I just wouldn't come in the chat or nothing. I just wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't come and be against reparations, see a video for reparations. There's no way I would log into that to speak against them people. Anybody doing that is a loser and represent distractions. So anytime somebody comes into your conversation, when they see the title and they see what it's about and they're against it, it's a loser. Get rid of them. Who does that? This is a negative person that wants to distract you, that ain't got a life. Because if you got a life, you're not going to watch something you don't believe. Who does that? Who goes click on a video that's saying stuff they don't agree with? Who does that? Who, like me, gonna go and see Fox News talking crazy and click on it when the title already say Fox News talking crazy? Why would I click on that? So that's why I don't respect nobody that click on my stuff that disagree with me. I already know that's a loser. Because anybody standing on something is watching something interest them. So anybody that'll watch something that don't interest them is a loser. Who does that? But a loser, a disruptor. So what you do is disrupt their disruption, block them, and get them the hell out of here so we can concentrate on what we trying to do. If you ain't for reparations, you should be blocked. And the only people should be in our conversation is those for reparations, period. If you ain't with it, split it. Just like that. Don't y'all entertain them. Get them out of here. All right? V is for victory.